now 6 o'clock, and we will come to order. Please conduct the roll.
President Holmes.
Here.
Clerk Christine. Here. Trustee Bertram. Trustee Welch. Trustee Long. Present.
Is there any public comment on closed session agenda items? Seeing none, we will now.
I don't know if this is closed, if this is
So that would be for the yes. So it's okay. We're about to break, go into closed session, and we'll resume session inside. No, we are. So you can stay right here.
Yeah, and if you want to, while we're in closed session, you can just bring them up here and I can organize them in the back.
Seeing none, then it's 6:01, and we will recess to closed session. So session, and very quick, you remind me of some questions. No action was taken in closed session. Group Knight Jensen. I'll second that. And all those in favor? Aye. And those opposed? Seeing none, carries. And item 6A, presented by Superintendent Gail Garbolino-Mojica. I know there may have been some public comment on that. We're just going to withhold that comment until item 11A.
Good evening. My name is Gail Garbolino-Mojica. I'm the Placer County Superintendent of Schools. Oh, is this the item you want to take right now?
I think this will. I think he'll pull it out. It's gonna.
Okay, great.
That's okay.
I'm here to present on a letter that I wrote regarding trustee Jamie Ross. I want to let the board know that I was contacted by the board president via an email by the Auburn Union School District board president by email on October 23rd, 2023 to investigate a concern about a board member misusing public funds. Pursuant to Education Code Section 1241.5B, the county superintendent may review or audit the expenditures and internal controls of any school districts in her county if she has reason to believe that fraud, misappropriation of funds, or other illegal fiscal practices have occurred. The county superintendent shall report the findings and recommendation to the governing board of the school district at a regularly scheduled school board district meeting within 45 days of completing the audit. Education Code 42638B states that if the county superintendent determines that there is evidence of fraud or misappropriation of funds has occurred, she shall notify the district board, the state controller, the state superintendent of public instruction, and the local district attorney. I am here tonight to do just that and to present to the Auburn Union School District Board my findings on this audit. Our audit included the staff in 2 divisions of my organization, both business and human resources department. Our audit included a review of district-related communications, receipts associated with the conference, interviews with the Auburn Union School District support personnel, communications with Southwest Airlines, communications with the California Latino School Boards Association president, and an interview with Ms. Jane Ross. After completing their respective reviews, both divisions in my office came to the same conclusion that a misuse of public funds has occurred. My letter outlines the facts that our office determined in this matter, the findings that were made based upon the facts, a discussion of the Auburn Union School District Board Policy 9250, remuneration, reimbursement, and other benefits, which outlines what constitutes a personal benefit to a board member and the amount of the benefit, and in this case, the $938.53. And finally, my recommendation that Ms. Ross reimburse the district for the misuse and take a 2-hour ethics course for local elected officials. My letter outlining these issues were delivered to Ms. Ross via email on January 19th, 2024, and on January 22nd, 2024. The district and I received an email response from Ms. Ross letting us know that she would be dropping off the money order with the full amount the following day and inquired where she could take the ethics course. It is my understanding that Ms. Ross has repaid the amount in full owed to the district and has enrolled in a 2-hour ethics training course provided by the district's Public School Works online training program. As of tonight, PCOE has fulfilled our obligation in this matter involving Ms. Jamie Ross and consider it closed. Thank you.
Thank you. And Trustee Ross.
Yes, thank you so much. You all should have emails sent to your email with a letter as well as evidence and exhibits put together. I have 2 letters available if anybody wants to read along with me. Maybe you can have down to the president. And I apologize that this may take a moment, but I definitely want to make this heard. Dear Superintendent Garbolino Mojica, Superintendent Lucci Garcia, President Holt, and members of the board. First, I apologize for how long it's been. However, I must respond to the points made in the letter dated January 19th, 2024 from Superintendent Garbolino Mojica regarding the audit findings. With all due respect to the Superintendent Garbolino Mojica, I believe my expectation was to attend a conference, cultivate new knowledge that could be beneficial to our schools and district, and engage with other individuals who are going through the same drastic changes as AUSD. According to Board Bylaw Policy 0415, equity, the board shall regularly monitor the intent and impact of district policies and decisions in order to safeguard against disproportionate or unintentional impact on access to district programs and achievement goals for specific student populations in need of services. It is my goal and service to assure that all students have access, resources, and opportunities. And this CLSBA conference, canceled or not, provided information that will benefit our students, as you will hear tonight on discussion 12B about implementation of magnet schools. This unforeseen circumstance of canceled conference would have never gotten to this point had we found a way to work together when Superintendent Lucci Garcia and I met on October 5th, 2023. Upon my immediate return, I coordinated with Superintendent Lucci Garcia to rectify this situation, as you can see in my October 3rd email. In the meeting on October 5th, 2023, my response to Superintendent's concern was, whatever expenses you feel I should cover, please let me know. Her concern was that Saturday's networking wasn't sufficient for the district to cover my expense. I let her know I had no problem covering any expenses the district felt were unnecessary. Her response was that she would get back to me. More than a month later, on November 15th, I received an email from Martin Fergozo and Jackie Keeler that I was being audited by Placer County. Mrs. Lucci Garcia never attempted to resolve this matter, and the board president never gave me the chance to explain. According to bylaws policy 1312.1, in regards to complaints, the board trustee recognizes its accountability to the public for the quality of the district's educational program and the performance of the district and district employees. The district shall provide a process by which a complaint submitted by any person can be resolved impartially, expeditiously, and with minimal disruption to district operations and the educational program. As I hadn't been given the opportunity to have a conversation, we could have resolved these issues in a responsible, respectful way. Also, as stated in the evidence brought forth by staying September 27, 2023 through October 1st at the CLSBA conference, I did not break any board bylaws, as 9250 does not state what to do in an emergency situation, or if a conference is canceled, what action is to be taken. When given the opportunity, I will make an immediate request to include direction in the board law for attendees of conferences so this will not happen again. Here's my response to point made, January 19, 2024, letter from PCOE. Point 1, leaving from SNF to LGB, September 27, 2023. On June 21st, 2023, I informed Kirsten Battershire that I would like to participate in the California Latino School Board Association conference. In that message, I stated, I can come Wednesday night to make sure that I'm here for Thursday morning. That was June 21st. With this informal request, I was asked to fill out proper paperwork, in which I filled out and completed on July 14, 2023. Although I never saw my approved paperwork, I received a confirmation from the district office on July 27th for the purchased round trip Southwest airline ticket, number 2RRBXW. Somehow, a mysterious cancellation of my reservation had taken place, and it caused the district office to rebook my flight on August 31st for September 27, 2023 to October 1st, 2023. Per bylaw section 9250, it states, any questions regarding the proprietary of a particular type of expense should be resolved by the superintendent or designee before the expense is incurred. Had there been an issue with the dates of these purchased airline tickets, then August 31st, 2023 would have been an appropriate time to fix the date of the round trip tickets to that of September 28th, 2023 to October 1st, 2023. However, the same flight was purchased by the district office. It is not uncommon for board members to go a night before the conference starts and stay 4 nights. Michelle Lucci Garcia, Jason Wedge, and I were fortunate enough to attend the CSBA, California School Board Association Conference, November 29th, 2022, until December 3rd, 2022, spending 4 nights at the Hilton San Diego. This would also be my 3rd year attending the California Latino School Board Association Conference, in which I attended August 24th, 2022, until August 28th, 2022, spending 4 nights at the Hyatt Regency in Monterey. To my knowledge, going a day before our conference started was the norm, and in no way did I think or intend to misuse public funds. My only intention was to attend a conference I believe is beneficial to the Auburn Union School District and would supply knowledge that could support our ESL students and ultimately all of our students. Point 2, continuing my stay past the cancellation of September 29, 2023. On September 29, 2023, right before 9 a.m., CLSBA sent out a message to attendees that the conference had been canceled and postponed until further notice due to a hotel labor dispute. I was already walking downstairs to attend the first keynote and saw that there was a note at the conference registration table implying the conference was canceled. However, not to worry, but CLSBA would be honoring the legendary civil rights leader Dolores Huerta with the Lifetime Achievement Award, and all registered guests had a free ticket. I was eager for this opportunity. In all fairness, I looked up flights for Saturday, and they were well over $420. CheapAir.com did an annual airfare study, 2024 edition. In this study, the average airfare by travel month differed dramatically from the time Custer County Office of Education checked for flights in January 2024 and the time I checked for flights on September 30th, 2023. As you can see, January is the least expensive month for last-minute travels, with an average of $320 for a ticket, and September-October prices being dramatically different at an average of $420 for a ticket. Which is what I stated to the superintendent in an email I sent on October 3rd, saying I did stay for the remainder of my weekend as it was too pricey to change my flight back last minute. I also stated to Clackamas County Assistant Superintendent Human Resources in my interview that prices were well over $400. I did not purchase this hotel as it was purchased by the district office and had no comparison for price value of this hotel room. The difference I can now see being $30 more expensive to fly out on Saturday than to stay in the hotel room. I did check board policy to see if there was something that stated what to do in an emergency situation, and to my dismay, there were no board bylaws on what to do in this event. I will be requesting that we take action at our next board meeting to fill this loophole, as having board policy to look for as what to do in an emergency situation would have solved this whole controversy. Please refer to board bylaws 9250, remuneration, reimbursement, and other benefits. Being that there is no board bylaw, I decided to make the best of the situation and get our district's money flowing. I networked and I spent hours conversing with other board members that stayed around for the remainder of the conference as I did. As you can see from my CLSBA conference breakdown, I took advantage of all the moments I could to engage in meaningful and impactful conversations that could be of benefit for our school. Magnet schools were one of the many discussions I had at this conference, and you are seeing that discussion on tonight's February 14, 2024 agenda item 12B. Discussions about implementation of magnet schools. That is knowledge and information I learned at CLSBA, so I can bring to this board. I was also fortunate enough to have a conversation with Lynn Okurupuzu, in which graciously sent a letter reciting the details of our conversation and the highlights in which we discussed MTSS and collaborate on interventions to improve student support and impact. Evidence that was claimed in the complaint was a copy of attendees from the CLSBA Unity Conference directory. However, when speaking with an assistant at CLSBA, I was informed that the printed list of attendees were those who were registered on the California Latino School Board Association website and signed into workshops they were taking. I did not personally sign up on the website for workshops. The district office did sign me up for the conference for the district credit card. I did ask for a copy of list of attendees, and I was told that cannot be shared, but there were well over 300 attendees. Question on my CLSBA conference ticket. The district office did indeed purchase the ticket on July 26, 2023 for this conference, September 28, 2023 to October 1st, 2023. I was indeed registered to attend the CLSBA conference. The payment for this conference was also refunded to the district when the event was canceled. As you can see, my intent was to obtain as much knowledge as I could. I teach conferences. I produce conferences. I attend conferences all over the world. I truly love conferences, and knowledge one can only obtain from attending such events. My intent was never to misuse public funds, rather to articulate a meaningful experience for the benefit of our AUSD students and community. 3, there's only 2 more. Charges for purchased meals for non-AUSD official. Originally, I had written something down for this, but I am happy to say that Hyatt did call me today and informed me that they made a mistake and they will be refunding that money back to the credit card, the district office credit card. So you will see that, and I have discussed with Superintendent Michelle Richie Garcia, and she will be calling tomorrow to get that refund. I have a list of why that wasn't mine, but we don't need that anymore. Point 4. Changed airline ticket on October 1st, 2023 from LGB to SFF to LGB to Las Vegas and Las Vegas to Sacramento. On August 21st, 2023, a flight was purchased by the district office September 27th, 2023 from SMF to LGB and October 1st, 2023 from LGB to SMF. On September 19th, 2023, I received a call from my grandma, who was staying with a family in Henderson, Nevada for vacation. She implied that she didn't trust the mail and that she had forgotten to bring some of her medicine. My grandma generally lives on the same compound as my parents, my child, and I for generations. It's my duty to take care of her. She is 92 years old. I couldn't leave before the conference as I had work to attend. However, I was able to leave on Sunday and arranged to go to Henderson by flying to Las Vegas, Nevada, and return home on October 2nd, 2023. Within my less than 24-hour trip to Henderson, Nevada, I was able to drop off the needed medication. On September 19, 2023, I called Southwest Airlines and canceled the confirmation number 20LL06 for the return flight LGB to SMN from October 1st, 2023. When the Southwest operator asked whether I would like to get a refund back to the credit card that was used to purchase this flight or get a credit, I said put it back on the credit card from whence it came. I called February 11, 2024 to see if I could get transcripts for that conversation, and still none have been provided. I didn't pay attention and had no reason to believe that this cancellation had been credited to my account. After I asked for it to be credited back to the original card, I had so many points at that time from all my travels that I knew those would suffice for flight number 4S7WNB from LGB to LAS on October 1st, 2023, and flight 4S9HNG Las Vegas to SMS on October 2nd, 2023. For my October 1st, 2023 flight from LGB to LAS, and for my flight October 2nd, 2023, LAS to SMS, I used points. A total of 16,845 points were used for those two flights. That's equivalent to $227.06. 4,948 points, or approximately $69, was used to go from LGB to Las Vegas on October 1st. 11,897 points, approximately $158, was used on October 2nd, 2023, to get from Las Vegas to SMS. Had I known I had a credit from the canceled flight reservation, I would have used it for these flights. Hindsight, I should have been more attentive to the bill, to the credit and the refund. In booking a flight using the credit, I should have paid attention, as I didn't realize the credit was attached to our district credit card. As I mentioned, I had a lot of credit, and I had to make an overnight stay in an airport for one of my trips and ended up with an abundance of love credits for travels. I had intended to and thought I was using those credits. My intention in booking these flights was never to get medication to my grandma that she needed and get home as quickly as possible. My intention was to use my own funds and not the funds or credits from funds purchased by the district. I never had an intent to misuse public funds. My intent was to make sure the funds from the canceled ticket went back to the district and that I would use my own funds to purchase the ticket. I apologize completely for that misunderstanding. Point 5, responding to Placer County Office of Education in a timely manner. As stated in the audit findings received on January 19, 2024 by Placer County Superintendent Gail Garcia-Mojica, PCOE notified Ms. Ross of the complaint via email and certified mail on November 15, 2023, and of her desire to speak with her directly regarding these allegations. Ms. Ross did not make herself available to meet with PCOE staff until January 3rd, 2024, to answer these questions related to her travel September-October 2023. As you can see, every time Martin Fregosa, Associate Superintendent Business Service, emailed me, I replied as soon as I could. Sometimes within 24 hours, sometimes within a couple of days. I always replied. I had several flights in between the time people contacted me, November 15, 2023, and the time we met, January 3rd, 2024. On November 14th, 2023, I received an official notice that I was being audited at 7:21 a.m. I responded November 15, 2024 at 7:27 a.m. On November 28, 2023, I received another email from Mr. Fregoso requesting dates to meet. I replied December 4th, 2023, as I was traveling from work between that time and asked if I could send some information as this was my busy season. Martin Fregoso replied on December 4th, 2023 at 3:18 p.m. Okay, send me receipts and other relevant information and we can touch base in January if needed. If we can get enough information, I will let you know. On Friday, December 15th, 2023, Martin Fregoso contacted me and asked me to call him. Unfortunately, I was on a flight and headed out of town for the holidays and replied on December 15th, 2023, within 2.5 hours with in between flights, so sorry about timing, this is my busy season. We corresponded again on December 18th, 2023 at 12:41 p.m. where Mark Fregoso initiated that I needed to touch base before January 15th, 2024. Otherwise, we may need to write the report without your input and also send the report to proper authority. By 5:56 on December 18th, we had set the date to meet for January 3rd. In no way did I ever intend on not contacting PCOE, nor did I ever have intention on misusing public funds. I intended on replying and figuring out how to resolve this matter. Although I did not understand the implications of why this audit was needed, I never intended to misinform, not reply, or make Mr. Fregoso wait until after the holidays. In conclusion, my intention is, and was always, to go to a conference on behalf of AUSD and gather all the knowledge I could to help support our students of AUSD. My only intention was to attend a conference, and unfortunately that conference was canceled after my arrival with no board filings. I had no other option but to get the most out of this conference, and that is what I did. I made the best out of an unfortunate event. There are two specific areas in my email that I wanted to point out as well. In Exhibit A, I state, I think that with everything going on at Rock Creek, this would be a great fit for me. California School Board Ethics Training Course. I have no problem taking the ethics training and actually encourage it for all of us. I also want to point out an email on October 3rd, 2023 to Superintendent Luigi Garcia, in which I stated, I know how valuable every penny is for our budget right now, and really would like to attend this conference when it does happen again. I will just make sure to cover my own expenses for the conference when it comes and not approach the district budget. Once again, impressing on you that the fact that my intent has never been and will never be to misuse public funds. There was an amendment. On February 13th at approximately 5 o'clock, I received a call back from Paul Solano, who's actually the executive director of California Latino School Board Association. We have been playing phone tag since January 19th, 2024. Upon this call, Paul informed me that many board trustees stuck around to take advantage of the president's welcome, September 28th, 2023, the morning breakfast gathering, September 29th, and the award of Dolores Huerta's Lifetime Achievement. He went on to say that they are putting together keynotes from the event and workshop that should be out and produced next week, so that all attendees still can get the information they had gone to the conference to acquire. He also offered free of charge to any future workshops produced by CLSBA. Lastly, after apologizing for inconvenience of the cancellation, he offered to reimburse me the $938.53 that I paid for. According to the Auburn Union Elementary School District Board Governance Handbook, under the board's relationship with the superintendent, conflict between board members and or the superintendent will be addressed privately between those who hold the conflict and will not involve other members on the board to the public, community, staff, media, etc. I am apologizing for the time I have taken on this matter and for my part in this unfortunate event. My hopes is that Placer County Office of Education, Auburn Union School District, our board, and myself can work together to prevent this or anything like this from happening in the future, as well as use our efforts to work together for the future of our schools, students, staff, and teachers. I wish we had resolved this in a better way. I apologize profusely for my part in this protocol, but once again, I want to say my goal is to serve our community and children of Auburn Union School District to the best of my ability, and that is what I will continue to do.
Moving to item 6B, superintendent's comments.
Oh, they're saying on Zoom that they're having a hard time.
So I'm ready for the presentation. Awesome, thank you. As you'll see, we can scroll to the next slide. We have a number of things. We've changed our timeline a little bit. And looking at starting our recruitment February to March, closing the application in sometime in, we're thinking in late March, that will depend on what we choose this evening. Do the interviews in April, and then moving back to kind of regular special board meeting, do the contract to vote in May. Previously, if you'll recall, we had that in June, but that could be problematic if something happens. We feel ready. Board meeting, so that they can pick our, the individual who's not on July. Okay, next slide, thank you. So we have three options here. We added an option from last time. So interviews typically for these searches are done on a Saturday and Sunday. Saturday, they would do the two panels, and I'll explain that in a little bit. Sunday would be just with the board. That's the final one. So one option is the 20th and 21st, another is the 27th and 28th, and another is the 13th and 14th. I think we added the 13th and the 14th since our last meeting. I do want to share the 27th, due to a conflict with the county superintendent and her school board, or her county board, pardon me. We could still do the 27th, 28th. I would be there, and we would have another member of our staff to do that on the 27th and the 28th. I just wanted to let you know that has been in the works for a while, but it's still an option. Okay.
May I clarify?
Yeah, it's just trustee Bricker.
I was hearing you say that trustees must only attend on Sunday, is that correct?
No,
Oh,
trustee
okay.
both days, so you're committing an entire weekend.
That's not a problem, I heard you say something about a Sunday interview.
Glad you clarified. I'll do again is we will have the candidates that are selected for the Saturday option. There would be two panels, we'll talk about in a little bit. And that would be everyone on Saturday. It would be just the board with the final on Sunday. And either superintendent probably won't be there, myself, or someone on that Sunday. Okay, so that's where decision point number one, we need to know this evening so that we can do our posting. And our postings, we need to put anticipated interviews and also, and then it's going to dictate the rest of our plan. So I don't know if you have any.
Okay, so this is President Holton, we're going to discussion. I trust everybody looked at their calendars. Are there any clear conflicts for anybody in the board?
I would prefer to avoid the 13th and 14th, if we can. I was going to say that we could help do 13th and 14th. 13th, that's trustee Roth, 13th and 14th.
Okay.
I was saying the opposite.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Then the 20th and 21st is going to be correct.
The 27th and 28th, the 20th, do you have enough time if we were to conduct our on the 27th and 28th, because we're trying to turn it around with contract negotiations and posting prior to a May 8th meeting?
It's like it's tight. Yeah, it would be tight. And I think the unknown and is the contract negotiation can happen quickly or not quickly, very, very well. So it would be cutting it close, but we wanted that as an option for you. And the other option could be to go to the June board meetings, but then that gets late.
I understood that was a challenge with availability of candidates.
It does. I'll say when we've done this before, even the later we go, we invite them for an interview. There's typically at least one, possibly two, that call and say they can't come because they've been offered another position.
Yeah, we'll talk about how if they still do on the seventh, they're not gonna talk about negotiating. They can still do the contract in June, just don't.
Just don't interview anything, yes.
You wanna say that out loud?
Well, I'm not sure I can all the data.
If you do choose April 27th and 28th, that is a later date in April, that is still fine. If you don't have an opportunity to finalize the contract for the May board meeting, you can still approve it in June, as long as you have a candidate in mind. What you don't want to do, you don't want to interview, because by that time, a lot of the high quality candidates have already been have chosen another job. So you can still do the 27th, if you don't hit contract negotiations, finalization, time of your May board meeting, but the final check.
It's a matter of making the offer.
And hopefully getting a contract.
I think just for your basic point though, that is getting tight to option two. I was leaning towards option one, I know now Professor Ross was saying that was hard for you to do, is that possible to do, or just,
For me, I'm actually out of town on the 20th and the 21st, so I could Zoom in possibly.
so. It's not like you have confidence on 13 to 14, we have to do it.
I mean, it sounds like that's, I would prefer to do it sooner rather than later. But I understand we have these conflicts that.
If trustee Ross, if we do go later, does that mean that we get more people to apply possibly? Let's say apply there. I think what my knee-jerk reaction here is going to say, within those couple of weeks, we're gonna get the number of candidates. I think the longer you go, those folks may be looking elsewhere or maybe applying here and have an interview. So the longer we go, that's just my take. I don't know that having it open longer will have to lessen in recruitment.
My understanding that wait longer, potentially we could lose candidates.
Potentially, and I would say even going earlier, there may be a selection of a candidate or two that take the invite and a week later before the interview is back out. For a number of reasons, but that definitely can happen. Yeah, so just to reiterate, the Saturday it's a full day. And usually the Sunday, if we call it a half day, I don't know if that helps with your scheduling. So, there's no way to do the 6th and the 7th of April. That's not an option. I don't know. I have to look at calendars and then I need to get my phone and look at that, which I'd be happy to. It's I very much for me to work. Up to the 5th and the 6th. I have 6th and 7th.
That's something that wasn't. So.
Backing it up even shorter might be tough. Yeah, I don't.
In the interest of moving forward, I would suggest the board choose the first, let's see which option is that. I'm looking at the old one and now the one.
I know, and they're not in the order, but
So option 3 is the earliest date. Would you say that strategically it makes, which is there a certain weekend that would make would be the ideal weekend to conduct interviews in terms of availability.
No, I mean, thinking about and I want to say 6 and 7, that's after many of the spring breaks. You know, there could be folks who have a big trip or something like that. But I think we'd be fine. I think they're all viable within what window.
I'm supposed to be out of town, but I could cancel my trip if that makes this work as a group.
Well, if you're gonna be out of town, too, that looks like we've got to go out and see what happens. This 25th, and to kind of be taking that risk of the two candidates that are already making other.
That's why I was suggesting maybe we just move forward with the 13th and the 14th.
Well, I think we're gonna do that.
It's such a painful discussion to be having in a public forum right now. Why don't we plan for the 13th and 14th in terms of, that seems like the most timely option. And then we can figure out the rest.
Again, we'll be committing to that timeline.
Right.
I'll review that tomorrow. We don't.
Okay, 13 sources. Thank you. Next slide, please. Just a couple of other items. Some of these were presented at your last meeting. Was our partner involvement? You decided on focus groups. We're going to be looking at groups of key partners, employee units, and community members. We'll be doing those focus groups, and we'll talk about the form of that in a moment. Survey that we'll be sending out, and then we will be preparing a report for the board, the detailing the trends and responses of those. Next slide. Sorry. Thank you. Some other details. So now that we have our dates and kind of let's say our landing spot, we'll be looking at those group dates to be selected, and those will be communicated out by TCOE to all of your stakeholders. We'll be getting that information from your staff. And those focus groups, and getting this back. Sorry about that.
I think we've all turned our microphones on.
Bothering some users. The focus groups will be held via Zoom. We'll be doing stakeholder surveys. Those will be, again, distributed and collected by PCOE. And we are looking at the date, and your board meetings will be shared with you at the April 10th board meeting. And now just before the interviews. All right, next slide, please. Thank you. Some of the selection procedures we just wanted to share with the board. We did mention some of these last time. Was the board will be doing screening, and we'll select and we'll interview the top candidates. That will all be done in another closed session that will now be having to look at timeline of when that will be done. The travel expenses are all the responsibility of the candidate, so it's not the responsibility of the district when we put that in the system. The Superintendent Community Advisory Committee will interview the candidates, the board, they will interview all candidates on Saturday, as will the board. So each candidate will have 2 interviews, one with each candidate. Then the PCOE staff will report to the board at the end of that day, the strengths, the weaknesses that committee, advisory committee has come up with, or on each finalist from their day. The board will also interview the candidates, and then that evening, I'd say evening, depending how many candidates and what time it's finished, we'll make that selection for a second interview the following day. Just a reminder that the board is going to take every measure possible to maintain confidentiality during the selection process. mentioned that last time, when you're able to go in and look and spend some time to go through all of the application prior to the closed session board meeting where you'll select how many candidates you'll be interviewing. Any candidate who contacts a board member will be disqualified. So this is pretty standard in our superintendent search. This will also be on the posting. Okay, next slide, please. And then clear application guidelines, a job description. I believe you have a job description that I have an opportunity to look at. And that you'll be approving later tonight. We'll need that, obviously, once it's approved, and we will attach that to the posting. Believe you will be signing on the degrees, and we can happy to discuss that a little bit more in the discussion last time on the degrees that are required or recommended, preferred credentials, if certificated credential staff member, if it's required or preferred, and then years or levels of experience. And then just reminding everyone throughout this process that the ethical and professional conduct that all board members and the community input panel is to be of the highest regard, and they will, everyone needs to on that day. That scared me because I thought there's no way I have to remember the rest of them. And also just a reminder about no discussion of the confidential information inside of the closed session when all of the screening of all applicants are reviewed, and no discussion of anyone who's applied. There, as we mentioned before, sometimes folks, and they may be local in our area or region who are interested, and they may or may not have told their staff or their board or whoever, we want to keep that confidential. No independent reference checks by board members or other community input panel members. And then just really no action bill on your own search. As Superintendent Bartley and we mentioned last time, the board is expected to vote 5-0 on the contracts approval. Next slide, please. And so in closing, we had this before, but really the hiring process is the reflection of your and Auburn Union, and candidates will be impressed with that or steer clear. So we could have a vested interest. I think that we might have one more slide just for the meeting. That's it. Okay. I'd be happy to discuss if you want. I'm sure you've had a chance to review the job description with some slight changes on that. If you want to have any more discussion, or I can just any questions.
Now, this struggle. So some of those changes I think came in through some mistake. So I don't know that it was the review yet, but we're going to be going back discussing that a little bit later tonight.
Okay.
As a board. Was there anything in particular that you should draw our attention to on that job description?
Well, and I'm going to go off the top of my head. So that would be great if it's in small font too. So. I would say really what your, and there was conversation last time about the education and experience that the board would like is a master or higher degree preferred or required. And successful experience as a leader at a school site, is it required to have a admin services credential or at least the ability to obtain one? There was discussion last time about, do they have to have teaching experience, or could it be if you want certificated by the school counselor? There are other certificated outside of teaching for you to consider. And last time it was discussed, there are sometimes school business officials who's not certificated, may not have the admin credential, who may be interested or want to apply. So leaving that option open would be, you know, if you want, not necessarily in a job description, but if you'd like to give us information to put in the posting about recommended minimum years of experience at the site district,
We'd be happy with that, posting, even if it's not.
So those would probably be the biggest things that prefer to require on the item.
And, the board, does anybody have any questions for Dr. Slattery at this point?
This is trustee Burkhardt, just that we had a discussion last time, last meeting, at our special board meeting when we discussed this recruitment. And I think that the comments and the will of the board at that time seemed to be reflected in the position description. I mean, to answer your question, I think you were asking, are we wanting the master's degrees to be required? We were saying preferred and not required, so and there's also, the link here about the, California Admin Services credential preferred, and so are you asking us for direction about?
Well, I don't know your job description that you're going to approve later.
Okay,
So if this reflects the direction you want to go, that's great. I just wanted to highlight that. Those were some things that I noticed when staff shared that with me, that I knew we would need that for the screening and to be able to help guide you through the selection process.
Thank you.
I think the one thing is we didn't discuss the years of service necessarily, but I feel like we had a good discussion last time about wanting some of these things, but also leaving the door open
Exactly.
to not
I think
exclude.
the years of experience doesn't necessarily go in the job description, but that would be something we provide to PCOE to aid in the search.
Mhm.
So.
So any minimum years experience, wants, needs, that would be information I would love to get from you this evening.
Okay.
This is Clerk Grigsby. I honestly think that the way that it says successful experience as a leader in school site level, district level, and or executive cabinet level preferred, that emphasizes that you have to have those years of that experience. So I think that the way that that's worded is pretty well.
I think this is President Holt. I think some of the discussion we had last meeting about this was 3 or 4 years. Was kind of, I think, what was suggested as a good mark. So I suggest that we go with 3 years experience at that level.
I mean, I would love to see 3 years of experience, but I don't know what the candidate pool, I don't know what the candidate pool will look like.
Exactly.
So another option, we could do 3 years, highly preferred. We really want, yeah, if
Right.
you want to leave that open is something.
Okay.
Mhm.
The 3 years of administrative experience, I think, is a base minimum for this particular job. I think you'd be safe if you wanted to say 3 years required, 5 years preferred. I really don't think you want to have somebody in this position who hasn't been an administrator for longer than 3 years.
Sounds like we have some language then that we could use. So 3 years minimum,
Mhm.
5 years preferred.
5 years
Or
preferred.
five or more preferred.
Absolutely. We'll put that in the posting.
Agreed. Are there any other thoughts on that?
Can we keep the successful in there? Successful 3 years to 5 years.
In the posting, absolutely.
Yeah, great.
Mhm.
All right. Well, thank you, Dr.
Okay.
Slattery. Is there anything else you need from us right now?
I don't believe so, but thank you very much, and we will get going on this.
Great. Thank
Mhm.
you.
Thank you.
I'm still hearing some feedback every once in a while. Is there a way that we can check the audio?
So sorry, if you can't hear what's going on, sometimes we're hearing feedback right up here. I don't know if you're even getting on your end of the table, but I think we're getting some pretty good feedback every once in a while. So maybe it's just on us to make sure we turn our mics off when we're not speaking. So moving to item 6C, the governor's proposed budget update.
Good evening, President Holt, members of the board. So In addition to, any other great news that may or may not be coming, we're going to review the current proposed budget from our governor that was posted in January. So we can have the next slide, Jordan. So as many of you may have heard on the news, we are facing statewide approximately $38 billion budget shortfall, $12 billion in reduction total for Proposition 98 resources, which is the main proposition that funds education in the state of California. The Legislative Analyst Office, which is one that kind of works with predictions and then also assist in the formulation of the budget. They've predicted a slightly more pessimistic outlook on next year's budget than even what we saw from the governor's budget itself. They're really were feeling that we were going to have much lower tax revenues than what they anticipated seeing. And so far, since I created this presentation, that has come to pass. We also have a cost of living adjustment, or what we call a COLA reduction. Last year, and when we formulated the original budget, we were asked to put in the original, and it was 3.94%, yes, up there, for a cost of living increase for 24-25. Right now, what we're looking at is in this budget proposal is a 0.76 cost of living adjustment. And they have said there's a possible increase by the May revision. Of course, I received an email today from School Services of California saying that we should anticipate possibly a flat or no cost of living adjustment, as the governor's budget still needs to go through the legislative office. And like I said, we've had a little bit more of a downturn in revenues than anticipated. Of course, and I will discuss this again later on, it's possible that they would remain or slightly increase, but just because it says we have a cost of living increase at the state level doesn't mean that they will fund it. So they can say we will have a 15% cost of living increase, which is in all their factors, and they could fund us nothing, truly. Okay, next slide. So one of the biggest questions I think that came out of the workshop that I attended, and that what we've heard from a lot of other school districts is, it's very much a narrative going out of, but education is being fully funded, or they're being held harmless. And in a way, yes, and in a way, no. So, obviously we have fluctuating cost of living increases, but cost of living adjustments is not related to the actual state of the finances for the state of California. Really, it's just kind of a accumulation and a formula that they come up with that's going to give you that amount, as opposed to showing that we have a $38 billion shortfall. So obviously here, I just wanted to kind of capture, and I have shamelessly stolen from School Services of California with their permission, some of their slides that they had shown us, which really gives you in a little bit more detail about how the cost of living adjustment comes up and how they determine whether or not they have cost of living increases. So you can see, just as they've kind of gone through when we originally started this out in previously for our budget in June of 2023, we were looking at 3.94, 3.29, and 3.19, and those have gone down significantly, specifically with 24-25. Okay, Jordan, we can have the next one. So what does that really mean for Auburn Union School District? So we all know that the finances are a little bit complicated, but we get funded not on how many students we have in seats, but we're funded on average, how many days our students attending. And statewide, especially from the pandemic, we used to anticipate funding at 96 to 97 to 95%. That's gone all the way down to 89% in some areas, and then 91% last year. We have seen a slight increase. We are a declining enrollment district, which means that not only are we declining in enrollment, then our number of students and their average percentage of attendance is going to greatly reduce also. So while the state may say we're going to be giving you, as of like last year, 8.22% increase on your funding, we have to look at what we received the prior year, and with our decline in enrollment, what we would actually receive. And that often doesn't equal an 8.22 cost of living increase like we discussed when we had the budget came through. So if we look at our average 3-year rolling daily attendance that the state gives us, we're starting to see some of those smaller years of ADA really start to kick in for us. If we look at an estimation at a 0.76 cost of living adjustment for our funding from the state of California, we're not looking at an increase in our general unrestricted budget. We're actually looking at a 5.87% decrease in funds that we would be receiving as a district, or approximately $904,000. Now, should we still have the remaining unduplicated pupil percentage stay as an increase that we have seen, we are going to see an increase in our supplemental and concentration funds, but it's still very important to remember that that is not our general unrestricted funds. Those are targeted and planned out through our local control action plan, LCAP. Did I get all that? Did I do my? Close enough. Okay. Through the LCAP process, that we would call out the use of every single one of those dollars. So they're going to have something attached to them so they function more as a restricted fund. Okay. So again, as we talk about, how it's really fully funded, how they're intending to fund a lot of this is either by hope that revenues are going to go up, or what they take out of their reserves for the state of California. Now, I know that you guys are really tired of me hearing about our fund balance and how that is a one-time pot of money, and we don't use that for ongoing expenditures because we only have it one time. The state is spending out of their fund balance right now. They're spending out of their reserves, and they're putting it to ongoing cost. So they're putting it to the ongoing increase. They're putting it to ongoing expenses, ongoing programs, money that they're only going to be able to utilize one time. So this gives you an idea of how they're planning on funding this deficit. So they're looking at reserves, reductions, internal borrowing on other accounts, possible delays for certain funding allocations, fund shifts, and then deferrals. Luckily, so far, fingers crossed, they're not talking about deferrals for school districts in the state of California, but that's not something that's unheard of. In fact, in 2008, 2009, and even a few years ago with a little bit of a pinch in income from tax revenue, what they'll do is essentially say, hey, we normally give you this money in March, but we're going to give it to you in June. And the money we normally give it to you in June, we're not going to give it to you until next fiscal year. So that's when districts really have to watch those cash flows. And oftentimes districts have to take out borrowing from County Office of Education or from the county treasurer. And Jordan. So what are our risks? This is just a really good slide to have a look at. What are we facing in Proposition 98 that funds our schools at this point? And these are some of the risks that we're really seeing. We have some issues with our general fund in the state of California. We have the reduced cost of living allocation. We still have that deficit that we're talking about, especially in the out years as that reserve money is used up for the state. And we have a lot of key budget assumptions that really are assumptions. And again, as I said, the legislative office that really kind of powers this is a little bit concerned, more concerned than what the governor is putting forth. Okay, Jordan. So here are the programs that are really going to start feeling the hit. So delays of approximately $10 million to the preschool inclusion grant to a lot of districts throughout the state of California. It's reducing funding for level 2 districts in the Extended Learning Opportunities Program. And then just below, it gives you an idea of how that works. If you're a district, and we have this funding, we have the ELOP funding, as we call it, to fund a lot of our after school programs and before and after care or intercession during the holidays. And we've been able to do great things with that money, but we do fall into a rate 2, whereas our percentage of unduplicated pupils is less than some other districts. Many districts will go 75 or more. They fall into rate 1, they get fully funded. What happens then is whatever the pot of money is, they fund the level 1, level 2 shares whatever's left over. So that's going to reduce our per pupil funding that we get from that. So you'll start to see how in some of the out years, it's going to decrease further down. They're looking at delays of about $500 million for funding the transitional kindergarten facilities grants. So we still get our regular funding for ADA that we would get for our transitional kindergarten. However, there are a lot of districts that are already either in process or have built facilities for TK or K students, and they're going to see a big delay in a lot of their funding for those projects. And then, of course, the large reduction in the cost of living increase. Okay, Jordan, next slide. New items, initiatives that are coming up. They're talking about instructional continuity. That's kind of the big one right now. How we can make up lost instructional time and the possibility to make up those average daily attendance counts. It's going to require a lot of doing for school districts, and how that really comes out in some of these trailer bills, if passed, is going to be pretty impactful for districts. They're actually talking about, should there be anything happen? Let's just say we encounter another, like a fire incident, let's just say we were Forest Hill, we had a fire incident. You would have to be working with neighboring districts or anything. For anything more than 5 days, you need to get all the kids back online, if you don't have a school there. Learning Recovery Block Grant. So this is something that we've continually had for the last year. So any unexpended funds, are supposed to be going towards learning loss. There's going to be assessment of needs required incorporating into our current LCAP process. And, they're looking at specifying for professional development that is aligned to new mathematics. The framework that's coming up. And I know we've talked about some of our curriculum adoption for the new mathematics framework that they have. And language for all of these is all coming up in future trailer bills. So nothing really as big as we saw last year with the governor's proposal, where we had the art and music instructional block grant, we had the learning recovery, we had a few things that were really coming at us, and it's really dialed back on new programs, which is probably good considering the shortfall. Okay, Jordan. PERS rates are continuing to increase. There's still no, I know it's every year, there's no discussion at a state level as to relief for any school districts or any other public employers for to the PERS rates. So you can start to see that, there used to be many years ago a cap on how far they could go up. And then once that kind of sunset, everything just kind of shot forward. So as we're going into 24, 25, we're at a 27.8. Those are the rates that we pay towards the Public Employee Retirement Fund as an employee. So when we hire someone, this is our essentially cost of hiring that employee that doesn't get passed down to the employee themselves. In addition, as we go looking out on our 3-year budget, things that will be presented to you in second interim, we're going to be looking at that jumping up to 28 and in out years all the way up to 30%. Okay, Jordan? Of course, as we talked about, minimum wages continue to increase. So right now, as of January 1st, we were in compliance with the minimum wage. This affects really our classified salary schedule. However, come January 1st, 2025, we will be out of compliance with that. So we're already starting to work with our bargaining partners of how we can start addressing this, maybe how we can get ahead of this, because we are going to have to do some restructuring of our classified salary schedule to accommodate for that state requirement. Okay, Jordan? This is just a pretty chart, and I really liked it, but it really gives you an idea of a lot of the one-time funds that have hit our districts. So this is where you start to hear, we've had so much money filter into schools. How come all the districts are struggling financially? And it's not just us. I know our accountant has been enrolled in the CBO mentor program. He came back from his last cohort and said it was really funny. He was talking to 2 very large districts in the Bay Area that said, we have to close like a quarter of our schools. So it's starting, the fiscal cliff is starting to hit our districts. But this you can really see, some of them have expired out, but this is everything that has come our way since the pandemic, just in one-time funds, not ongoing, one time. Okay, Jordan, we can hit. So of course, as one-time funds expire, expenses will decrease. So you're going to see that in the budgets as we go forward. And then overall fund balances will decrease too, because we're holding some of that money that we still can expend in our fund balance. So it looks like we have a lot of fallout, but really we have these things that are tied to specific requirements for the state of California, which we are learning through our federal program monitoring audit the last few days as well. So you can see here, we've just got ones that have expended out or coming up for expenditure. Some others have expended out. Next fiscal year is going to be our end date for those ESSER 3 and some additional grants. We have the Art, Music, and Instructional Educator Effectiveness Block Grant, and Learning Recovery Block Grant is the one that's going to take us out the longest to June 30, 2028. Okay, Jordan? As you know, AUSD continues to right-size the budget, so prior year reductions are still in effect, still moving forward with reductions spent out of one-time restricted funding. Possible additional reductions may have to come our way if the state gets into a really bad position and starts affecting our allocations, our grant funding, or anything else of that nature. It's going to trickle down to all the school districts. Again, our 3-year rolling average for ADA, how we were funded, we're still in kind of catch-up mode because we're still capturing a year of where we had that forgiveness from the COVID pandemic. But we're going to see that start to kick down as years go through. So it's just a little example there to kind of show you, as you know, how that rolls out and what we're funded on as opposed to what we actually are is because of a 3-year rolling average. Okay, Jordan. So next steps, as rosy as this picture was, I'm sure, when by the time we get to second interim, I'll have even more information for you next month. Of course, you'll see second interim budget report. This is just a quick snapshot of where we're at for this budget year. And then in April, we start budgeting process with all of our departments and working with our partners. And then May revision comes, and then we'll get kind of a final, and that's when we can kind of really hammer down on what our projections are going to look like. And budget adoption for our district happens in June, and hopefully we'll have a past state budget at least by the end of June. Okay, Jordan, I think that might be it. Okay, any questions? That great news. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, moving to item 7, and this is general public comment. So this is for items that are not on tonight's agenda. So please, if you do have something that's going to be on tonight's agenda, please reserve that for its spot in the agenda. So we'll.
Okay. Okay, we do have more than the 7. So do you want to go ahead and do 7 and then?
Yes, so if there's significantly more than 7, we'll do 7 and then reserve the rest for the end of the evening.
Okay. Natalie Pulley.
Okay. Can everybody do me a favor and repeat after me? We love our community. This is an act of love for those whose voices are not heard or valued. This is an act of love for those who see the madness of the world and it breaks their hearts. This is an act of love for teachers and counselors who love teaching, who love helping, who love their students and their families, and they don't want to leave their homes, their lives. This is an act of love for board members who are willing to listen to the community and go against the grain, even when it puts them at risk. This is an act of love for those who've been standing up for justice and are getting weary. This is an act of love for families barely making ends meet, needing something stable in their lives, something school often provides. This is an act of love for kids who have a hard time adjusting to change and need a little bit of time to settle in before they're able to learn. We all want better. I can tell you right now, there's love coming from all over the world, Oakland to Egypt, from my husband and beautiful grandson who are at home because my daughter's finishing up college and has a night class. We've got love from our friends online, love for those who couldn't make it in person because this would be too much for their mental health. That's a lot of people, by the way. But there is so much love. And it's okay to feel the love, all of you. It is okay to feel it. I know you're hurt and you're angry, but I also know we can do better. We need to stop with the rigid agendas because they reject love. They refuse to work with others and they hurt. One thing that's come out of this struggle is that it's brought the community together tough, and it's a beautiful thing. And together we can build, and together I believe we can make a difference. Together I believe we can make a difference. So sometimes the future isn't written the way we thought we wanted it to be, and that's okay. It doesn't have to go our way as long as we're rooted in love. And so one more time, repeat after me. We love our community. So I might have to leave early, go watch this on Zoom with my loved ones, but no, I'm rooting for all the love in this room. Happy Revolutionary Valentine's Day, y'all.
Lynn Titi?
Hi, I don't mean any disrespect to the board, but my remarks are for the community. I'm a teacher at Auburn Elementary. I'm also a Christian and a former evangelical. They told me I can't touch the mic. Okay, let's try this. Thank you. Okay, a school board is supposed to be a non-political, non-religious entity made up of public servants who are passionate supporters of our public schools. Unfortunately, this is not true of our school board. Our 3 newest members are part of a religion that joins evangelical Christianity with far-right nationalist Republican politics. These folks did not come onto the board to be servants. They came to get power and to accomplish a preset agenda. Their religion has a really big end game, and that's to set up a sort of theocracy and to end the separation of church and state. Members are encouraged to infiltrate and dominate all spheres of society. And school board takeovers, like the one we have seen here, are seen as a great first step. Our board members do not seem interested in communication, cooperation, or compromise with anyone who does not agree with them. They have already put their agenda into place by changing the district vision statement to reflect their nationalist views and by attempting to strike down the equity provision. They are not supporters of public education as we know it. They would like to privatize it and set up a voucher system so that the government pays for private and religious schooling for children. And there we go. And there they are. Okay. All of these things are done in the name of parent choice. However, they just want a few parents making the choices. Okay. Other items that are going to be coming up on their, other items that are going to be coming up on their agenda are to rescind vaccine requirements, to ban books they do not agree with, to change the curriculum to match their beliefs, to target the right of trans students. And they don't hide their beliefs. Mr. Holt has openly talked about abortion in a public meeting here at the board. Okay, also, I'm sorry, I'm getting rattled here. Mr. Wedge has called the teachers union evil. He full well knows that the teachers union is our teachers. This religion teaches that teachers are evil indoctrinators that try to put students to get left-wing ideology into students' heads. They also believe that and I call for the resignation of Mr. Holt and Mr. West.
Lisa Sassman?
Hi, I'm Lisa Sassman. I teach 2nd grade at Auburn Elementary School, and I've been a teacher in this district for nearly 30 years. More if you count my student teaching at Skyridge and subbing in the district for 2 years. I've also been a CTA member for that long. And I wanted to just tell you a little bit about CTA. They've been in existence for over 150 years, and here's their mission statement. The California Teachers Association exists to protect and promote the well-being of its members and to improve the conditions of teaching and learning to advance the cause of free, universal, and quality public education for all students, to ensure the human dignity and civil rights of all children, youth, and adults are protected, and to secure a more just, equitable, and democratic society. How anyone could have issue with that kind of mission statement is beyond me. But you, Mr. Wedge, said that the California Teachers Association, in which I've served in at both the local, community, and state level, you said that we were evil and that we were the worst thing that's ever happened to public education in California. I take that really personally because I am CTA. And the vast majority of the teachers in this school district and in all school districts are also members of CTA. So when you say that about CTA, you're talking about us. So there is no confidence in your abilities to lead this board, and you have continued to omit the voices of the Auburn community, students, staff, and families. For these reasons, I ask that Greg Holt and Jason Wedge resign.
Deborah Herring.
Oh, hi, I'm Deborah Herring, and I'll leave that paper back there that I had because it was really something nice and fuzzy. And I can tell y'all are not promoting the love that the hearts are showing, but I retired from this school and I haven't been back here for a very long time. And so I thought I would come tonight and just say, I know y'all have had to make some really tough decisions to keep this school in the control of our community, because we do love our community. You're absolutely right about that. And the teachers. And so I know y'all have had to make some really hard decisions. And I just wanted to say thank you for keeping the school in the control of our community and not allowing the state of California to step in. Like, I understood that the school was in the red. And so by making those hard decisions, that it was able to go in the black. And after seeing the statement of all the finances and what's not coming in, I guess this will be a good thing. So I just ask that now that it's in the black, that you would make wise decisions. And please, is my time up? And please, it's not accurate. No? Okay. God bless you.
Please, this is. So, this is President Holt, please respect the speaker. Okay, that wasn't all that was happening. People were also then talking over here. Please respect the speaker. We'll try to make sure that the timer is being worked, but respect the speaker. Don't interrupt the speakers. Nobody's interrupting you when you come up. Please don't please don't interrupt anybody else. Please show at least the basic courtesy you expect to see in your classrooms when we have other speakers up here. Thank you.
Bristol Scanlon. I brought a picture. I've been quiet for a while. I've been mourning since seeing this picture. This is a picture of our current district lines. When looking at this picture, I have one question to ask our board members. Why is it that Rock Creek School was the chosen school of closure when it's so much closer and a centralized location for all of these students within this district map? It's very disheartening. I feel that the district, in making that decision, is attacking the poor people of our community as well as the brown people of our community. I am asking that the district takes the time to utilize the catapult system to give all Rock Creek students or prior Rock Creek students an explanation as to why their school was chosen outside of any of the other schools within the district, and why the convenience of them walking and being close and safe to their homes, to their school, was taken from them. I also want to take the time to say that my grandfather on my mother's side was a drill sergeant in the Marines and served in the Korean War. My grandfather on my father's side was a captain in the Air Force and served in World War II, as well as a prisoner of war in the Korean War. I want to personally thank you for your service for our country, Greg Holt, and everything that you have done. However,
I feel that trustee Sarah Brickler and trustee Jamie Ross, with their education in the education system and your lack of background in the education system, makes you an unfit for your seat. And I ask that you step down and resign. Thank you.
Marcia Dolkus. My name is Marcia Dolkus. I was a teacher at E.V. Kane for 30 years. I worked at all the other schools for 2 years as a special ed teacher, as an honors English teacher, and as an ESL teacher. So I guess you could say I've been around the block a little bit. I'm here to talk about a different subject, and that is your decision to eliminate E.V. Kane as a middle school. I don't feel that we have been given enough facts to back up your reasoning behind this. We don't know for sure what cost savings there could be. And every time we've asked for it, we haven't gotten clarification. In addition to that, I also feel that we don't have enough time to transition to such a change. Teachers plan their classrooms every day. We're just used to planning. We don't plan for a day, we plan for weeks, we plan for months. And to see that the district doesn't have a really good transition plan for making this happen, although I'm against it happening at all, I think is a serious thing. I think we should know how much it's going to cost to retrofit E.V. Kane, whether it's worth sacrificing all the things that E.V. Kane offers. It's true, it's very true that Bowman and Newcastle do a very good job, or at least an adequate job, of transitioning their students to high school. But E.V. Kane doesn't do a very good job. It doesn't do an adequate job. It does a superior job to helping kids transition to high school. We have been not adequate. We have been the best. And robbing us of our honors classes, our full athletic program, all of the sports that we offer here, all of the support things that we have for students who need extra support, our concert and our marching band, an extra counselor to help adolescent students with the needs that they have, I think is a huge, huge deficit to our district. We need to be convinced that this really saves a ton of money for us to give all of that up. Because once again, we've been superior, but we won't be. For 70 years, we have had a marching band. We will no longer have a marching band if students are spread across 3 schools. It's just not possible. I ask you and I urge you to please reconsider this decision and to at least put it off so that teachers can be consulted, so that all of us can sit down and figure out if the cost and the benefit are really worth it. Thank you so much.
Alicia Watkins.
Okay. My friends, I want you to close your eyes and thank the deity of your choice, because we have had a miracle right here in Auburn, California. That's right, a miracle. Apparently, the Auburn Union School District is solvent. Despite not having a clear picture of how many students the district will actually have enrolled next year, or knowing the factual cost of what it will take to retrofit 3 campuses to accommodate the unilateral decision of turning our entire district into a K-8, or even knowing who the superintendent will be or how much they will cost, we are being told that the same district that has been in financial woes for more than 15 years is once again financially functional. I guess I'm going to have to take it on faith, because I haven't seen any actual info that leads me to believe this claim is reality. But the timing is sure perfect, though, seeing as almost 1,500 community members have signed a petition demanding transparency and accountability. So now it should be no problem to produce the detailed plans and factual budgets that we have been seeking for months. And I look forward to seeing those plans, as do we all. And perhaps Greg Holt can use the catapult system to share them, seeing as he is so familiar with distributing potentially fraudulent data to the people he has elected to serve. As a 20+ year stakeholder, taxpayer in this county, in this city, in this district, as a mother of an 8th grader, as a site council member, as a PTC member, as a volunteer, and as someone who gives a genuine damn about what happens to this community, I want you to resign, Greg Holt.
That was our 7th public comment. This is trustee Brickler. May I ask how many additional comments remain?
10.
10 more. So sometimes we have a packed house or a lot of people who have come to speak. And I know at least one of them is trying to speak before she goes in for her ER shift tonight. I'm just wondering if there's any possibility that because otherwise, what time are we going to hear folks speak?
After we get through the rest of the agenda. So the public's not being silenced. We have an agenda to get through this evening. So
We also have a very significant amount of comments for other agenda items as well.
copy. So in order to hear from everybody then on, or at least what we can on the others, again, same thing. If we get past 7 on these other agenda items, they'll be pushed to the end. So I'm going to say, no, let's continue on here and move to item 8A. And that's going to start with association comments from AUTA.
Should we ask if there are 3 trustees that would like to hear the rest of the comments now? I would like to hear the rest of the public comments.
Thank you too. Okay. I agree.
I
I think
see
it's
too.
valuable information.
So I see 2. And so we will. Excuse me, this is a board meeting, board agenda, and there will be an opportunity to speak once we get to it. So with that being said,
Can we make an exception for children who are present, who are going to school tomorrow?
Please make an exception for the children.
So, right, we just heard from 7 adults who chose not to put the kids to the front, right? So we are going to move on to item 8A, AUTA. So,
I'm just going to make a suggestion, since we are on a board of education and we are really truly placing our heart, or the heart of our decision in the children. I think we should allow them to speak, at least the children.
This is Clerk Grigsby. I have no issue with the children, but there are so many other things that we have to do tonight that it is unbelievable that we are taking this much time on a battle.
I heard Clerk Grigsby say that she didn't mind hearing from the children. So can we just see, how many comments are there from students?
So trustee Brickler, we are moving forward to item 8A, and we're going to hear from the AUTA. So we have, listen, we have so much public comment on so many different agenda items tonight. And people bringing their children to our meeting that's starting at 7 o'clock understand that going into it too. That's a choice that people are making. It's a choice that parents and students have made. So we just heard from 7 adults. We just heard from 7 adults, including teachers who chose to speak ahead of any students that might have been here. There was no request to put the children first before these speakers spoke. So we are moving to item 8A, AUTA.
I'm going to take part of my AUTA time, which is unlimited, to have the children come up and share.
Point of order, though, AUTA time is not unlimited. On our agenda, it doesn't have a time limit, but it is not unlimited. It's not just like these other ones on here that don't have a time limit. It's not an unlimited period of time. But please.
Hi, my name is Ellie. I go to Auburn, and I'm worried about the middle school experiences for a lot of us fifth graders for next year, because we're all hoping for the experience where we can walk around and go to classes, because when we go to high school, we have to walk across the road to get to our classes. After school activities get a lot more interesting when we go to middle school, because a lot of us are looking forward to band and sports like baseball, basketball, and football. And I wanted to know how we're supposed to celebrate 8th grade graduation.
Excuse me, I don't know what comments to pull because I didn't have your name, so I don't know how, Ellie, okay.
Hi. Hi, board. My name is Hank. And my name is Elliot, and we would like to address the board member, Jamie Ross. Jamie Ross is the nicest person I've ever met. She always uplifts everyone and makes everyone feel good. She is such a sweet person. And not only is she a great person, but she's just the right member that we need on our board. Jamie is amazing because she's active with the students on campus and will be very important on the board. We think that she's perfect for the board. Thank you for listening.
That was a different item. I don't know if I have anything.
Hi, my name is Lucy Walker, and I go to EVK Middle School. And my name is Bear Walker. I go to Skyridge Elementary School. Today we are here to talk about Jamie Ross. I recently went to Skyridge Elementary.
This is on a different item, Greg. I don't know if you need to know that.
This is during the AUTAs right now.
Okay, got it.
I recently went to Skyridge Elementary and got to experience the wonderful drama club, as did I. Without Jamie Ross, drama club would not be the same. She has volunteered, contributed, and done many more things to help this district. Being a theater kid, I got to experience a lot and learn a lot from Jamie Ross. Jamie Ross volunteers with the happiest heart of all. She works super hard to make us happy. I think it is safe to say that Jamie Ross is an awesome human being.
Sarah Liebert, AUTA President. This is not a good evening. It's a circus. It's a distraction to the true work that needs to be done within this district. Mr. Holt took it upon himself to file a complaint with PCOE about Trustee Ross. That is a direct violation of board policy. The board is not a dictatorship and must be, according to bylaws 9005, number 8, understand that authority rests with the board as a whole and not with individuals. By publicly calling out Trustee Ross, you have broken Ed Code 7054, Section 2. The information provided constitutes a fair and impartial presentation of relevant facts to aid in reaching an informed judgment. But it wasn't. It was sent out via catapult on Friday morning at 10:07 a.m., where Jay Ross was at Skyridge helping with the drama production, which I believe your daughter was part of. This message had to be cleared by the superintendent in order to be sent out. This message was not fair or impartial. It was rude, disrespectful, and it really felt like Greg was campaigning against Trustee Ross, especially since her personal address was listed. All other catapult messages go out Friday evenings. Why the sudden change and for whose benefit? If Greg spent half as much time on the budget of AUSD as he did on chastising Trustee Ross, we might actually get somewhere. How many hours were spent chasing down details that were incorrect in this complaint? Better yet, how is this information obtained and by whom? I have some concerns regarding the budget. AUSD has received yet another letter from PCOA regarding calculations that were off from the LCFF calculator. Hey, the budget was positive. Let's be real, people. It's the first interim. A lot can change. And in the past couple years, it's been positive. I want to know why Heather Leslie's accounting errors are not being addressed or reprimanded. This is unacceptable. Every year since she has started, we have had more accounting issues with money not being properly distributed, accounted for, and calculated correctly. When are you going to make the tough decision and let CBO Heather Leslie go for mismanaging millions? When does she get called out for not doing her job? The fact that the district has funds and they are choosing to use them in other areas, like this county superintendent, Gail Garbolino Mojica said, when hiring a new superintendent, this is not a time to save money, but to pay up. So the district can afford to pay for a superintendent, but not the staff. That is unsettling and unacceptable. How is it okay to pay comparable wages for a superintendent, but not the employees? Shame on you. I hope you listen to the voices that brought the petition forward. The most basic needs of this transition are not being addressed at this time. Teacher movement, financial impact, the student achievement and education, attendance and boundaries and transfers. How does one actually know that the address that you use is the actual residence you reside? You write on your form, but who's checking and whose job responsibility is it to check? I have talked to so many families that are extremely frustrated with the district's lack of planning and unclear transparency. The responses that they're getting are, we have until 2 weeks before school starts to let you know. That is a joke and unacceptable. We will lose enrollment because we don't know and don't have the answers. In regards to the TK8 transition, the whole decision was made against board policy 11,000. The superintendent or designee shall provide multiple avenues and opportunities for the public to give input to the district and school issues and operations. Community members are encouraged to become involved in school activities. So when the one-sided survey you sent out was your multiple avenues and opportunities for the public to give input to this decision, stepping on a side note, I am currently in a room with a bunch of parents, bunch of people. Some of them I know, some of them I don't. Not knowing what's going to happen. Is your presence going to be received well? Is it going to be warm and excited? Or is it going to be hostile and opinionated? Renee, you showed up to an Auburn Elementary parent coffee. I applaud you. You made a hard decision. You listened and you showed up. People in AUSD need that. They need to be heard. AUTA sent out a survey to its members. Do they have confidence in district leadership and the current school board? 16.7% have confidence in Michelle Lucci Garcia's ability as interim superintendent. 45.1% have confidence in Michelle Bunt as the head of HR. 5.9% have confidence in Heather Leslie as CBO. 2% have confidence in Greg Holt as president of the school board. 2% have confidence in Jason Wedge as vice president of the school board. 8% have confidence in Renee as a school board member. 92% have confidence in Sarah Brickler as a school board member. And 96% have confidence in Jamie Ross as a school board member. There is no confidence in your abilities to lead this board, and you have continued to omit the voices of the Auburn community, students, staff, and families. For these reasons, I ask that Greg Holt and Jason Wedge resign immediately, and let's bring back the smiles. Respectfully, in solidarity, Sarah Liebert, AUTA President.
And do we have CSEA here tonight? I don't believe so. Okay, moving to item 9 then, and comments from the superintendent.
So tonight I'm going to talk about our educational program. We just underwent a federal audit. So the California Department of Education audits on behalf of the federal government for the programs that we run using federal funding. And not only did we not receive findings, so again, we received no findings in the audits of our educational program, but we also are going to be able to share our English Learner Master Plan with other districts through the California Department of Education, who has asked to use our EL Master Plan as a model for districts like ours who have small staff and need to put resources together. So I just want to share that exciting news.
Thank you. That's great. This is President Holt, and I'm happy Valentine's Day. I'll reserve my comments for the agenda items that they're on because I think we all want to get home before it's tomorrow. So I'll open it up to the rest of the board moving down the line here.
This is Trustee Brickler. Tonight is a low point for our school district and the board. This meeting feels like a total circus, and we are distracted from the work that families are desperate for us to do, which is planning for the TK8 transition. Families want to see a plan that helps them decide where to enroll, and they want to know the status of their transfer requests long before August. And instead, we are wasting our time on petty partisanship. I wanted to clear up a misunderstanding about district budgets. There's a narrative that's being shared that for the first time in 15 years, we are showing a positive budget, and this is completely incorrect. This is not the first financial report where the district is solvent. That's the language that's being shared. Over our history, I would say that probably 96% of our budgets have been positive. You can either be positive, which is the bare minimum, that's just kind of the standard that all districts should be positive. You could be qualified, meaning it seems that you were unable to meet your obligations up to 3 years out, or you could be negative. And I just looked briefly to see, it's only been a handful of times that our district has had a qualified budget, such as the first interim of 21-22, the first and second interim of 2009-10. So I feel like groups are sharing this information and this misinformation as proof that positive changes are happening. And I just wanted to clear up that having a positive budget is just an expectation for any district. What is really missing from tonight's agenda is an update on the planning of the TK8 transition. I keep hearing that it's happening. I know it's underway. Families want to know, what they're being offered at these various sites. And we should be discussing the planning at every single meeting until August or through August. I've heard that families want to be able to tour E.V. Kane and understand how their kindergartner might be served here. And families are just desperate for information and to, I think they want to continue to support us, but with a lack of information, they are really struggling to feel comfortable sending their students into this kind of unknown changing model. I would like to know what our initial enrollment data from families tells us. We have some information that's coming in. We have transfer requests. We have intent to return forms. I think that can give us some information about what families want. It seems that most families want to remain where they are. I am very concerned that there will be further revenue loss based on dissatisfied families. And I my real concern is that even 40 students, I think we're talking about a approximate $400,000 cost savings with the TK8 model. And that could be completely wiped out by just 40 students or approximately 40 students leaving our district. I also want to remind us all that we as trustees do not have authority as individuals. You know, I haven't spoken up about this when I saw kind of small things happening. Like I observed that on our agendas, it used to just be a trustee comment section, and then there was a separate section for the president to speak. And then our board president started writing a column summarizing board meetings and the superintendent's update. And I appreciate the effort to get information out. But sometimes these efforts are not representative of the board overall. And I was completely caught off guard when I found out that the board president had contacted the county superintendent with a concern that none of us had heard of, had not been shared with the rest of the board, and that a catapult message was sent to our entire school community without any board input into it. And so I just want to remind us that this is so inappropriate, and that being board president does not mean that you can act unilaterally. We only have power as a collective. Thank you.
So I want to talk about, take this time to address something that hasn't received too much attention. So a little over a year ago, this district was in financial distress and threatened to be taken over by the state. As explained earlier, this would have taken away all of our local control and left it up for the state to make the decisions for us. That is fact. Also during this time, the community spoke and voted for 3 new trustees, which I'm one of them. Immediately, we had our challenges ahead of us and had to make difficult decisions that prior boards failed to address. Also during this time, we were left with no superintendent, leaving us with no leadership to direct the district. This is where I want to highlight the work of our interim superintendent, Michelle Lucci Garcia, has done. Michelle was originally hired as our director of student services. Prior to Michelle's hire, we did not have an ed service department. Michelle and her team quickly went to work and created a master plan that gained the attention of the California Department of Ed. As Michelle mentioned earlier, this master plan is now being shared and being used as an example for other school districts in California to follow. In addition, Michelle took on the responsibility to be our interim superintendent while we were facing some of the most difficult decisions and challenges for our district. She had the full support and confidence from the board to implement these changes that the district was going through. During this time of Michelle's employment with AUSD, Michelle accomplished a lot. Not only was she able to put together a master plan that caught the attention of the California Department of Education, she was also to identify areas of cuts. Through these cuts, AUSD is showing a positive budget, which was just touched on as well, for many years. Now, the goal comes, can we keep it? That's where we need to work hard and not backslide. This is a huge accomplishment that many, including myself, thought would take many years to achieve. However, this came with a huge sacrifice for Michelle. She unselfishly identified her own position to cut when a permanent superintendent was hired. This example of doing what is best for the district instead of her own best interest speaks a lot to me. This year, I have personally witnessed Michelle continue to stand strong and direct the district as she is directed by this board. I have also witnessed that many that once supported her turned their backs to her and try to derail her every step of the way. But we are here today because of Michelle's leadership to keep moving forward through all the adversity. These shoes will be hard to fill while looking for a new superintendent. But I want to speak this word, Michelle, that you have left a legacy that is more than enough for any qualified superintendent to want to expand and grow. So thank you.
I just want to first thank everybody because this is so touching, and I'm seriously grateful to serve this community and this city. I love to learn. Anybody who knows me knows I love knowledge. I am passionate about education. Put some hip hop in there, and there's my dream job. When PCOE audit has arisen, once I pushed through the hurt and shock, I was able to learn so much. I honestly, I can't thank President Holt enough. Truly, that is not sarcastic. Because what happened was he pushed me to learn new things. I read our governance handbook at least 15 times. I read every single bylaw. I have been in this elected position for over 3 years and have never read all those bylaws. There's a lot. I got in touch with our state superintendent and set up meetings with him and the California Department of Education to learn more about the impact that local boards of education have in the bigger picture. I met with council members, supervisors, and city officials to see how the city and the district can work together. I learned about the Fair Political Practice Commission. That's a big one. I learned who our PC, our Placer County District Attorney is, and how the complaint process works. You see, I have truly always been in this position because I love education. I love kids, I love learning, and I love teaching. I am the epitome of the service to my community. However, I never understood politics. I didn't understand that a non-partisan position could be so political. Now, I'm gaining perspective so I could better understand my colleagues and their viewpoints. So I also did some research on McClintock and the case against the impeachment of the mayor cause. Our role model and leaders can say so much about who we are. Taken directly out of McClintock's testimony for the case against the impeachment of Mayor Ka, we must never allow the left to become our teachers, for theirs is a world of situational ethics and fluid law, toxic to a constitutional republic founded on the rule of law. May I say, I respect and honor the patronage and allegiance to the rules of this US government. I understand the value of holding people accountable, and within accountability comes teaching. Mistakes are going to be made, but we have to be graceful. In the future, perhaps we can follow our bylaws and policy 1312.1, complaints concerning district employees. The board trustees recognize its accountability to the public for the quality of the district's educational program and the performance of the district and district employees. The district shall provide a process by which a complaint submitted by any person can be resolved impartially, expeditiously, and with minimal disruption to the district's operations and the educational program. May we lead by example and set a healthy and harmonious tone for the future of our schools by working together and not against. May we see the virtue in being a team and not polarizing views sitting on a one-man board. I implore everyone here to see the good that this group of individuals can bring to the table and focus on the needs of our students, teachers, and staff that show up every single day with a ready to explore the world and all that education has to bring. May we find a way to work together for the good of our community and for the future of Auburn Union School District. As Clerk Grigsby says, it's time to bring the smiles back. In the end, our district is built on the back of legends. What people like Michelle Schutz, Shirley Paris, Kathy Sales, Sue Thomas, Miss Bauman, Fran Haynes, and so many others have built serves as a legacy of love and commitment to excellence in education. May we honor those that have come before by finding a way to work together. Sí se puede.
With that, we are just about 2 hours since we entered open session. So I'd like to take a 10-minute recess before we get to the consent agenda. So with that, let's round up to say it's 8:58 and let's return at 9:08. bit late there, so 9:12, and we are coming back into session. Moving to tonight's consent agenda, and I know I would like to pull item K. Is there anything else on there we'd like to pull this evening? And do we have a representative from PSAL with us tonight? Doesn't look like it, so we don't need to pull that. Okay, so nothing else to be pulled. All right, so then with the exception of item 10K, I move that we approve tonight's consent agenda.
I'll second.
Right, and all in favor?
Aye.
And those opposed? All right, seeing none, motion carries. So on item 10K, the approval of the superintendent job description, we discussed that a little bit earlier this evening, but I wanted to pull that out because some changes were made as recently as today. So the most recent copy was not on the online agenda attachment, but we do have printed copies in the back. One of the changes that was made was under like education and experience, from being graduate level degree required to preferred. That was one of the ones that jumped out. And then I know there was some other language, just a little typo here or there that got adjusted. Does anybody else have anything on K? Oh, thank you. Oh, and we have a public comment on that, on 10B. So pardon me, I skipped that. Real quick though on 10K, anything else? Okay, then I move that we approve the job description.
I'll second that.
All right. And all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And those opposed? Seeing none, it carries. And Olivia, thank you.
Sorry, so this is about 10B that we've already
10B,
approved. Okay.
correct. Sorry, I have it backwards. for
No,
you.
that's okay. Did I turn it on? Okay. Thank you for moving us. I appreciate it. I'm pivoting a little bit, but commenting on this because it's in relation to what I was discussing. Good evening. I'm here as a very concerned, fearful community member of what has been transpiring within the district since the changes of the board members. Tonight, I'm going to present on the ACEs study, which was a health and education study that happened in California and has been impacting how we approach and teach as educators. ACE stands for Adverse Childhood Experiences. This study was conducted by Kaiser Permanente in the Bay Area in the 90s. The initial study focused on how traumatic childhood events may negatively affect adults' health. The study was looking at negative impacts on children and how the level of stress within a child's body can impact their overall health, leading to shorter lifespans, disease, criminalization, cognitive issues, and many other health factors. The study looks at 10 large factors that can impact a child's ACE score, but what is interesting is that the study is not only looking at the adverse experiences children have within the home, but the level of stress and toxicity they are exposed to during childhood outside of the home and how that changes the brain's overall chemistry. Stress is a huge factor in how children can overall function, therefore their ability to learn. Expanding from the learning outcomes of the Kaiser ACE study became trauma-informed teaching. Trauma-informed teaching starts with an understanding of how trauma can impact learning and behavior. With this approach, educators think about the student behavior and what this may be telling them. And they reflect on the teaching practices to find better ways to support students and ways that they're experiencing trauma. What is so interesting about this is the same chemicals in the brain that are released when a child is experiencing stress is the same in any form of trauma. It's the same chemistry. Now you might be asking what this has to do with tonight's connection to this board meeting. And it has to do that you have 3 very well-staffed schools with teachers who are trained in this, who are working to combat all those adverse childhood experiences with so many of these little brains that are exposed to. Our job as educators is to create an environment that is safe and comfortable for all students who can learn and to mitigate the stress these students face. But the board is not helping. They are hurting not only the teacher's ability, but also actually causing the stress these little brains are exposed to. Closing schools, changing the TK model, and the overwhelming loss of great teachers and staff. The kids know and feel what is happening, and the lack of consistency and safe learning environments that this board is creating is exposing the entire community to a greater level of stressors and creating adverse experiences for everyone. We are contributing negatively to this community and students' ability to learn. I personally dread the board meeting depression I have for 3 days following every board meeting as I watch this circus weave a tangled web and fear further and further away from where the focus should be placed. The connection to this is reminding us of what our mission statement is: achieving academic excellence to prepare students for careers in the future, understanding diversity as a strength, supporting and caring, experienced, well-staffed, developing the whole student in a safe and healthy environment. Please recognize that stress and adverse experiences this district has exposed so many staff members and community members to, as well as the children. If you continue to negatively impact, you will have no community or district to serve. I ask you, board members, please to listen to the entire community, respond to their questions and concerns, and remember to put those little brains you serve at the forefront of all your decisions, including the staff members, which is why I put myself behind the HR, because we are losing staff members at an exponentially crazy rate, looking at the last couple of years. And we're looking at potentially hiring and all that stuff, but we have to look at what we're going to get. The quality of individuals we're getting is what we're creating right now. So it's something to look forward to. Thank you.
Okay, moving to item 11A. And is there a public comment?
Yes, there is. Catherine Gonzalez.
So, and real quick, so again, the same thing, we'll stick to 7. Any additional will go on to the end of tonight's meeting.
Okay, my name is Catherine Gonzalez. I've been in this community for most of my life. I own 2 businesses and I was an educator for 18 years at PUHSD. I and my 3 children attended AUSD. My father was on the Auburn City Council 3 times, mayor twice, and on the local state fair boards. My mother taught at Placer, music and drama for 46 years. So I have been enmeshed in this community for a long time too. There are so many important issues that need to be discussed, and it is so shocking that instead of dealing with real issues, you are attacking Jamie Ross. In my opinion, these attacks are a smokescreen that have been created to keep people from talking about what really needs to be addressed. It is unbelievable how you are trying to disparage her reputation when she is a pillar of our community. Jamie is a woman who has done and continues to do everything she can to support the schools, our kids, teachers, and even the negativity that's being hurled at her on a daily basis by President Holt. I know Jamie Ross, and she is one of the most ethical, kind, hardworking, and beautiful people I have ever met. Having gone through Leadership Auburn with her and seeing her dedication to our children and community, she has inspired me to get more involved like my parents were in my community. I have never seen our community in such a state as I do now. It would seem to me that if a small faction of our board is creating such a negative effect on not only our elementary school district, but also on our community as a whole, then they should take a step back and realize it's time to go. Our district is broken because of your actions. There is no way to repair it. The fact that Mr. Holt has resorted to these childish and vicious attacks makes me wonder what he is trying to hide and what ulterior motives there are. Politics of any kind absolutely do not belong in the educational system. They need to be left at the door. These are our children and our future we are talking about. In addition, with the way things are presently, why would anyone want to work here? We will not be able to attract quality people to teach our children in this environment. You didn't listen to the teachers, the focus group, or community and voted to turn every school into a K-8 without a plan. With the attack on board members, the teachers and administrators, we will be lucky to find a superintendent or anyone else for that matter to work in the district. I wouldn't want to work here with the state of things right now. I am therefore respectfully asking that Greg Holt and Jason Wedge resign from the board so that the district can heal and get back on track. I was going to talk about the budget, our superintendent, and other issues. However, the focus needs to be directed to the way Greg Holt, Jason Wedge are treating not only our fellow board members, but our staff as well. This looks like a witch hunt and a way for them to push through their agenda and ideologies. I have to confess, after seeing what has been happening, I am saddened I didn't run for the board in the last election. I love this district. These teachers' dedication compares to none, and they are the ones who have frankly been keeping it together for our children. After all, shouldn't the kids and the teachers be our priority and not individual political agendas? Thank you.
Hannah Liebert. Hannah Liebert.
Hi, Board of Trustees. My name is Hannah Lieber, and I wanted to share with you, thank you. And I wanted to share with you why I know Jamie Ross is a phenomenal human and an encouraging member of the Auburn community. She's a mentor to learners, big and small, young and old. When I met her for the first time, I already knew that she would be a huge influence in my life, and she definitely has been. She has given me marvelous opportunities that have changed me for the better. And I know that I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for her kindness. She has creativity and drive to try anything and to do it thoroughly. She is very talented. She is a very talented artist and leader. She has a positive effect on everyone she engages with. All of her students share an affinity for her, and she easily creates a strong bond with these students. She is kind, thoughtful, and actively listens to students and adults in the community. She is more than willing to help those who need it and those who need support. She always supports what she believes in, and she isn't afraid to express her concerns for our community and its future. She spends time helping out the schools, whether it's helping at Kane with the middle school students or helping the littles at lunch or at drama clubs at Skyridge and Auburn Elementary. She shows up and does her job and excels in it every time. She spends time trying to make things better by participating in community committees and events. She has become a well-known icon in the community, and all the students she has worked with have been emotionally supported and heard by Jamie Ross. If I was asked right now, what do you want to be when you grow up? I would say I have no idea, but I know I want to be like Jamie Ross. I am appalled that you have chose to use board time to focus on such a small thing in comparison with the big picture of who she is and all that she has done. It is an obvious distraction from the board's inability to focus and what the kids need. We are very lucky to have her in our educational community, and if you can't see that, then you shouldn't sit on this board and make decisions that affect students in the Auburn community in a negative way. Thank you.
Jay Ross.
Hello, everybody. I don't want to look at my daughter because I don't want to cry. Thank you all for the great comments that you've said about my daughter. I'd like to start by giving you a brief background of some of the community work my daughter has been involved with. Starting at the age of 5, I played Santa Claus here in Auburn for about 5 years for kids, the hospitals, even a couple of group homes. And Jamie always wanted to be with me to pass out the gifts. She was always, put on her little Santa suit and was part of that service. And then at the age of about 12, I started emceeing at the St. Joseph Church when they had the October festivals, where Jamie would get up on stage and she would sing. We would host this for the weekend for their spaghetti feed. We're not even part of the church. They just asked if I would help out and be their MC. So again, Jamie helped me with a lot of that. After that, probably around the age of 15, I started a plan in Auburn to get a kids group started so we could have like a YMCA or a club. We started with meetings at LeBou's coffee shop. We called it the Auburn Youth Project, and that became the Boys and Girls Club here in Auburn, if any of you have heard of it. But I'm proud to say that I actually was a flame that started that club. And with the help of Jamie, a few of the other kids, we made signs, we did fundraisers, and we helped get that club open. And also, I wanted to let you know that Jamie has helped and organized work with the Auburn Hip Hop Congress, several local events here in Auburn, including and some coming up, the Kids Popalooza program, I think they call it, at the park, where she does all this work, hours and hours and hours, using my truck to bring chairs and water and everything we bring. Again, doing all this work with no compensation, no pay. She's just done music at the park, music at the library, school rallies, also the kids, several local events. She does several free concerts for everybody, and it's awesome. In addition, she works with at-risk and troubled kids. She works with the Auburn PD. She works at the juvenile hall. She does these weekly conferences in different states for troubled youth and teens. All of this she does with little or no pay. Countless hours of continual hard work to help the youth of our community. Besides the fact that she is a single mom who continually helps her family, siblings, and helps us care for my 92-year-old mother. I thought I was coming here to see her get the McCarran Award. I thought she was actually going to get an award. I haven't been to any of these board meetings, and I really so proud of my daughter. And I do want to let you know that she did attend because I was out of town to help my mother with some medication that time in Henderson. I'm really sorry that her reputation is at stake because she's a beautiful and awesome daughter. I could not, I couldn't be prouder. Thank you.
Sarah Keys.
Hello, I'm Sarah Keys. My son is Cooper Keys. He is in 6th grade at E.B. Kane. After reading the lengthy, in-depth investigation email that went out about Miss Ross' canceled work trip, it was immediately apparent this board's priorities are not with teachers, not with our students, but with their politics. Frankly, none of us are here to argue about a canceled work trip. We're all here because of Greg Holt and his politics. And we all know that. It's ridiculous. I know more about Miss Ross's canceled work trip than I know where my son's going to go to school next year. I know more about her Southwest credits than I know if my son gets to play sports next year. It's ludicrous. This is the first board meeting I've ever gone to. Honestly, I don't read a lot of the emails, but the minute I read it, I was like, this is insanity. Miss Ross has not only, she has worked tirelessly in this community, teaching, inspiring our kids much longer than Mr. Hole or Mr. Wedge have had their claws in this board. I have a 30-year-old child who went to this school, and I have an 11-year-old child who went to this school. And when I told them what I was doing tonight and who I was here to defend, they were appalled. Okay, that's generations of students in this school. And I'm honestly just disgusted that I don't know what's happening with my kid next year. And this is what we're talking about. Jamie, this community loves you. You are so supported in this community. And Mr. Holt is not going to ruin your reputation. And that's why we're all here. Thank you.
Connie Brocker. My name is Connie Brocker, and I read this interrogation, this interview of Ms. Ross, and I just want to say that it's still misappropriation of funds, no matter how you look at it, and you still didn't have the right to go to Vegas, whether it was to give your grandmother medication or not. Walmart, you can call them, they will deliver. I mean, anybody, any of these pharmacies will take it there. This is a government, a state position, a board of education, and you shouldn't have done what you did. And yes, you did go to the class and you did pay back the money, but when you're dealing with a state position, you're on a different level. And you need to make sure that you pay heed to that. Thank you.
Alicia Watkins.
Round two. Greg Holt. You were a Marine, so you should understand the importance of boots on the ground intel. Yet time and time again, You open your mouth and you prove that you put no value on what the people who spend time on these campuses actually have to say. You have no idea how special this very school was when you were prepared to close it. When school staff told you about the problem with lead in the old pipes on several school sites, you dismissed their concern and you minimized the problem, calling teachers liars. Then you falsely claimed that 2 respected school staff members had turned down pallets of bottled water, implying that it wasn't needed. That was an outright lie, and I am thankful those staff members were there to tell the truth, which was that there was nowhere safe to store the water in compliance with fire safety regulations. Just when I thought that your disrespect and dishonesty couldn't reach a new low, you used the school district's platform to imply that another board member was a criminal and committed a campaign of trial by public opinion. The thing about trial by public opinion is the public is going to want to see all the evidence. And I want to see all the evidence, Greg. I want to see all the communications and all the receipts, just like Jamie has presented to us, because she's presented more than our own Placer County Office of Education has. The fact is, Trustee Jamie Ross Pirelli has been a blessing to the families of this community since before you ever set your sights on any elected position. The division and trauma you, Greg Holt, have inflicted on this community has cost more than any hotel room or plane ticket. Not only have you attempted to assassinate the character of an amazing volunteer in Placer County, but you have made her a target for some of the worst attention-seeking bullies around. The fact that proven liars and hate-promoting hacks have taken up your divisive cause says all that needs to be said about the motives behind this nothing burger of an investigation. The community is much more interested in how this district got so deep in the red and who got us there than we are about you turning a reimbursement issue into the trial of the century. Once all the evidence is presented to DA Geyer, I hope he laughs this farce right out of his office. Shame on everyone involved for making a mockery out of their elected positions to create an even more distress for the families in this district. Trustee Ross deserves a respectful resolution to this minor matter, and Auburn families deserve board members who serve their children's needs, not politicized grandstanding. And I'd appreciate it if you'd resign.
Bristol Scanlon.
I didn't write a speech and I'm not really prepared to say any more than reiterate what everybody else has already said. Jamie, words can't, there's not enough words of her excellence, and that may be why she's chosen as a target, because of how much of a blessing and a light. Jamie always speaks for the people and listens to the people where the rest of the board falls short. She's constantly at the schools volunteering. She does drama clubs after schools, creates different community events for the children. She can step on any campus in this town and the children will come up to her and hug her and love her. I don't know if the rest of you can say the same. And that might be why you're attacking her, because she is such an amazing representation of the community, and a beautiful person who listens to the community. And that's what I expect from my board members, is for them to listen and take into consideration the wants and needs of the community. And once again, I feel, Greg Holt, that you fall short of listening to the community. You do not represent my community, and I ask again that you resign.
That puts us at 7 comments on this item.
So moving on then, as an action item, we have a resolution to censure trustee Jamie Ross for the misuse of public funds. And I want to make a few things totally clear here. none of the 10-page defense that you presented did you provide before, right? So, but I guess the way to go about this, I'll read the resolution and then let's have a discussion. And I'd like to share what I knew and why I went to BCOE. So the resolution as written is, whereas as elected officials, district board members are expected to act with integrity in the best interests of the district and to follow board policies and administrative regulations and refrain from using public funds for their personal benefit. Whereas Board Bylaw 9250, which governs the reimbursement of board members' expenses, limits reimbursement to actual and necessary expenses incurred while performing authorized services for the district. Whereas Board Bylaw 9250 likewise prohibits reimbursement of board members' personal expenses, including but not limited to the personal portion of any trip, tip, or gratuities, alcohol, entertainment, laundry expenses of any fellow member who is accompanying the board member on district-related business, personal use of an automobile, and personal losses and traffic violation fees incurred while on district business. Whereas on January 19th, 2024, following a full and independent investigation, the Placer County Office of Education determined that board member Jamie Ross improperly used up to $938.53 of funds of district for personal purposes while attending a fall conference in Long Beach, California. In order to repay such funds, whereas PCOE likewise found member Ross's conduct unbecoming of an elected board member and recommended that member Ross promptly complete ethics training designed to correct her conduct. Whereas PCOE also determined that member Ross unnecessarily delayed her participation in the investigation and failed to provide truthful responses to all questions. And whereas a copy of PCOE's full findings is attached in this resolution as Exhibit A, now therefore be it resolved that these board members of the Auburn Union Elementary School District who are signatories to this resolution, 1, censure member Ross for her improper and unethical use of district funds, and 2, in the strongest possible terms, urge board member Ross to immediately cease using district funds for personal purposes, implement the recommendations in PCOE's report, and ensure that her future conduct exemplifies the integrity expected of district board members. So with that, so a censure is essentially a formal slap on the wrist. That is what a censure is. So one, I know Trustee Ross, you also said, we want to talk about some things we can do to prevent this in the future. Absolutely. That's a conversation that we need to have for everybody. So I think I know a couple that I considered on that would be to move to a per diem daily rate rather than reimbursable for things such as meals and incidentals. So if that's something that we can put as a request to discuss at a later date, to change in our board policies. So another would be to add to the board policy explicit direction for a board member to contact the superintendent if travel plans change. Now, before 9 a.m. on Friday, the 29th, the conference that Trustee Ross was approved to attend was canceled. So that left a full workday for Trustee Ross to contact the district office, notify the superintendent of the cancellation, and then determine the best course of action. But Trustee Ross chose not to contact the office. And I understand it doesn't say explicitly that you have to, but I think we're all adults and everybody understands that if you're on a trip that's approved for work and something changes, the reason that you were sent there changed, that probably should at least be a phone call or an email to say that something changed. What do you advise? On Monday, the 2nd, the interim superintendent called to let me know that that conference had been canceled, but nobody had heard from you. And that some of the hotel costs might be allowable, but some might not be. The next morning, you CC'd me or included me on an email that you also sent to the interim superintendent and the executive assistant to the superintendent, in which you confirmed that the conference had been canceled the morning of September 29th. And in that email, you stated that you had attended the opening night, but you didn't make mention of any other events, social or otherwise, or any deviations from the travel that was booked. I mean, you're shaking your head, but I could pull the email up and read it aloud.
Great, I can pull it up as well.
Yeah.
I'll do that.
Here, I'll read it, and Trustee Ross, just let me know if I misspeak, please.
Okay.
Trustee Brickler, as an alternative, do you think that we could instead talk about all the things that we can learn from this experience? Both that if you're a trustee, you find yourself at a conference that has been canceled while since you've arrived, that it would be a good practice to call and check in with the district office and get some information about how to proceed. And also that whenever possible, we should try to work through a situation like this, which seems like kind of a minor misunderstanding about travel reimbursement, and to work through it internally rather than escalating it in such a and turning it over to the county office before we've had an opportunity internally to.
So Trustee Brickler, there was an opportunity. There was 3 weeks of opportunities between Trustee Ross and the superintendent and district staff. 3 weeks. So
Actually, just state, because you brought up a lot of things and I would like to be able to kind of contact some of them. You said that I could have called on Friday, and I also want to say that I wasn't the only one to receive that email. Our superintendent also received that email. And since there was no board policy, she could have easily called me as easily as I could have called her. So when you don't have a board policy or a bylaw for this, there's so many things that can get slipped through the rope. I also, I want to say that I did everything I could to resolve this matter with Superintendent Lucci Garcia. And I even sent you an email in which you could have also replied and we could have had a discussion. Nobody knew you were even going to file a complaint. So how are we supposed to know what to do next?
So Trustee Ross, if you let me continue then. So I was trying to explain what we had. So you challenged me with a face about your email. The email that you sent at 9:41 a.m. on October 3rd, you wrote, "Hello, Superintendent Lucci Garcia, President Holt, and Kirsten." To one individual, I want to thank you for setting up this weekend with CLSBA. I really appreciate you facilitating the process to get me there and make sure I was taken care of. Once I had gotten to the Hyatt, everything worked out great. I attended the opening night and got to network with some really incredible board members. Upon waking the next morning to attend the president's welcome, it came to my attention that they canceled the entire conference. Due to a union disparity between Hyatt employers and employees, CLSBA felt it was in their best interest to cancel the entire weekend. I did stay for the remainder of my weekend as it was too pricey to change my flight back last minute. I just want to let you know, so we're all on the same page, to an individual, you should be getting a refund for the conference. I know how valuable every penny is for our budget right now and really would like to attend this conference when it does happen. I will just make sure to cover my expenses for that conference when it comes and not approach the district's budget. Thank you for all y'all do. Looking forward to CLSBA Unity Conference in the future. Trustee Ross. And then please let me know if you have any questions. And then you provided when you were available to meet.
And I also want to say within that email, I had mentioned how important it was to attend that conference and how it would come out of my pocket. My intent was never to misuse public funds.
So Trustee Ross, I hear you. I hear that that's what you wrote, and that's why I'm trying to describe here. So
I think this is just getting a little bit out of hand, though. I have to be honest. President Holt, please, out of the respect for everybody in this room and what's going on, we've heard your side. You've now heard my side.
Trustee Ross, you haven't heard mine because right now what's
We
being
did
said-
in a complaint.
What's so Trustee Ross, okay, please listen. This wasn't an investigation that I conducted. This wasn't my investigation.
You did.
Please, this is our time right now. So we had public comment. We will have more public comment on other items. Right now is for the board to discuss. So I understood that you came in later that week. You had a conversation and you were asked to repay for some of the costs. At the time, what I was told is that you declined to pay upfront for some of those
Not
costs.
at all. Never.
So-
Never in that discussion did I ever.
Then in that
decline.
conversation, it evolved to include more networking and a social event at the Queen Mary. Right? So
I was asked in that meeting to put
I'm
together.
sorry,
an
I
email.
can't hear.
I was asked in the meeting that we had with Michelle Lucci Garcia to come up with an email of what I did do, and that's what I did as a request.
So I believe we're also asked to provide receipts. So the district could try to help work out what could be paid for, what couldn't, and what amount you would owe.
And I didn't understand what that meant. I misunderstood the importance of this audit. I completely misunderstood.
You
I thought
completely
we were a team.
misunderstood.
I thought we were a board. I thought we worked together. And I thought you would come to me and talk to me so that I could explain my scenario myself and show you receipts, but you did not. You
Trustee
did not
Ross.
even email. You did not even call me. You went straight to Placer County Superintendent. And what we are told from our superintendent, Michelle Lucci Garcia, is when someone comes to us to complain, you go through the ranks, you talk to that person first, then you go to the teacher, then you go to the principal, then you go, but you didn't even give me that opportunity. President Holt, you did not provide me with that opportunity. Michelle Lucci Garcia told me she would get back to me and tell me how much I supposedly owed. I was more than willing to pay anything you wanted. I am a service. If you are not happy with your service, it is money back guaranteed. Now, I am only here to tell you this resolution is based on my intent. And my intent has never been to misuse public funds. Never. I accidentally made a mistake booking a flight. I told Southwest to credit it back. I never intended on taking that credit, ever. I gave you the proof about staying September 4 nights, which is not uncommon, and we've done it in my past 2 conferences. I didn't find anything wrong with that. I apologize. Me flying to Long Beach, I did not mean to use those credits, and I apologize for that as well. But my intent to misuse money, our district money, $958, never in my life have I intended to take money from our children and spend it on myself. And that's what this is about. Never. I love these children. I love these teachers. I love this city. I love this community. I would never misuse funds, ever. Matter of fact, donate funds to people when they go on their field trips. I pay for these students' field trips. I am not here to take money from this district. I am here to make this district a better place. So if you want to go in with this, I say we take it to the district attorney and we deal with it that way. But when you're talking about my character, when you're talking about my intent, I have to let you know that my intent has never been to harm this district. And I think everybody on this board knows that my intent is not to misuse funds.
Okay. So, Trustee Ross, we continue to hear your spirited defense there, and you continue, like, listen, again, this was PCOE's investigation. And yes, I submitted the complaint because, Trustee Ross, you were not forthcoming when the plans changed, when it was canceled. You weren't forthcoming about, you didn't tell anybody proactively that you canceled the flight on the way back. It was a district employee who saw that you flew to Las Vegas with no reason why. Nobody knew why. I didn't. It was shared with me.
Canceled that flight, and I asked, and I'm going to look for those transcripts, and I'm going to hold Southwest accountable to that because I requested
Trustee
to
Ross.
have those credited back
Trustee
to the
Ross.
credit card.
Trustee Ross, I haven't been interrupting you this evening. Please do the same. So again, you didn't provide that though, right? So you're saying I should have come to you to ask for further clarification. Listen, I don't think for a moment that if my name was on this resolution and my name was in that report, that we'd be having the same reaction tonight. So listen, you had the opportunity to be forthcoming. What there were a number of questions. What I knew was that you didn't fly where we thought you'd flown, that you hadn't shared that you canceled the ticket, but the district was able to learn when they had to reach out to Southwest because you didn't provide receipts that it was refunded to your account. So there's a number of things that you have a lot of explanations for, and you're right. It's ultimately going to be up to the district attorney. It was referred to them, and they may very well just dismiss it. That's absolutely up to them. It's not within our hands. So the decision I had to make, based on what limited facts I had, was, to send this to PCOE or not. And what it looked like was there was a potential that you'd misuse funds. And because you and I have a history of publicly disagreeing, I didn't think it was in this board's best interest for me to be looking into that. Because if there was, or if we were to be discussing it, but if I was to be trying to look into any misuse of public funds or talking to you or asking you about it further, then it's going to look like a witch hunt. So I turned over the facts that I had. I asked PCOE to take a look. And the findings that PCOE came to are what they came to. I wasn't aware of any of the contents of the report until the 19th when everybody got it. So
I just wish you would have come to me as a team member, as a board.
Trustee Ross, I wish you would have come to,
I wish you would have
come to
me.
us.
I did.
You
And
did
I
not.
apologize. I came on the
You
3rd.
apologize
I
now.
was in Las Vegas with my grandma. So as soon as I returned, I sent that email. I did not wait a moment. I did not take any more time. I was preoccupied Monday doing something.
Trustee Ross, did you send that email as a response to an email that was sent to you or
No,
proactively?
I sent that email without any response to anything. That was my email I sent.
Okay. So
I just want to reassure, like, I really want to work with you. I want to work with this board. I love what we do. I really, really think we have to stop and come together. And this is not helping our district. This is not helping our team. And this is not helping our superintendent search.
And Trustee Ross, there was 3 weeks. It was on the 23rd. Listen. You had from October 3rd to the 23rd to provide any of the information that you put into your spirited defense.
I did not
From then,
know.
you were
I did not know this was such, I didn't know. I didn't come in here for politics. I came in here for education. I didn't understand
This
it.
is the use of public funds.
I did not understand.
This is a use of public funds. So you were asked to provide this information in October. In what you read to us earlier. So please. So you described the flights and everything else, and this is the sort of thing that was asked for in October.
I didn't understand. And I didn't know. I didn't even know that those credits were accredited to me.
So
I had no idea that I even used those credits for another flight.
it sounds like it was a long series of bad judgment calls and things that you just didn't know or weren't aware of.
But that does not, what you just said was very valuable. Bad judgment does not mean that I intended to misuse funds. My bad judgment has nothing to do with my intent. Because I didn't call on Friday, this is really what this is about? Greg
Trustee
Holt,
Ross, I'm summarizing what you've presented to everybody this evening.
that
as
wasn't a summary
describing a
of what
series
I
of bad
presented.
judgment calls and bad luck.
And I will
So-
send that to anybody who wants to, a copy of
course,
that as well.
But you had 3 weeks to provide something like this explaining when the district asked for receipts.
And I had to
After
call
then,
Southwest, I
af-
had to call
Trustee Ross.
CLSBA, I had to call the Hyatt, I had to figure these facts out.
After then, we sent this to PCOE. It was from October 23rd until January 3rd when you met with them. And this wasn't covered in their report.
All right, you know what,
So
Greg Holt, you are definitely right. I'm gonna leave it at this. You are right. You are right. I apologize. You are right. And I apologize. I apologize.
Trustee Ross, I do regret that this came to this. You're right. This is not what we should be spending our time on. Then on January 19th, when we got the letter, you waited until today to share this with anybody.
I got the last call today from CLSBA. I got the last call today from the Hyatt. I did not have that information. The Hyatt called me today to tell me that they were refunding your money. CLSBA called me yesterday to tell me that they are so sorry for what happened and that they are going to reimburse me that money. They know my intention. They know my intention. I wish this board knew my intention.
If there is any resolution that we could make tonight, I think it's to try to work internally to work through a minor issue like this and not to escalate it. That's my desire.
It should be noted, she's done more to investigate this than all of PCOES.
Can we move on? Do you want to bring it to a vote?
Yes, yes, we will. So this censure though too, it is nothing about intent in this.
That's
This is-
what it said. That's what the whole thing is about, is that I have an intent to misuse public
Where does it
funds.
say intent?
On January 19th letter.
I would like, I'm asking that we move on.
Sorry, I'm looking through the information. Although I don't know if it's appropriate to make a motion at this point. We can just move forward and have this conversation in a spot where we can both talk like adults, not in front of everybody. This doesn't need to be a conversation in here. It needs to be a conversation with us. We have to put this aside.
So the censure resolution.
I'm sorry, right here. Miss Jamie Ross intentionally misused public funds for her own personal benefit. I did not intentionally misuse funds.
That was in the superintendent's letter.
Right, that was in the Placer County Office of Education's findings.
Exactly.
Yes, that was not in the resolution before us, which stated that you did improperly utilize those funds. And that you did unnecessarily delay your participation and you failed to provide truthful responses to all questions.
But,
So
as a point of clarification, the version that's online appears to be different than what you're reading. There's your version has additional language.
okay, so
So I don't even know which resolution you're working off.
is that the case? Is that not the version that's on? Mm-hmm.
Mr.
Okay.
President Holt, can I just ask you a question? What
sorry,
did you
sorry,
want? What did you expect to happen? What did you want to happen? And what are you expecting out of this to happen?
Hold on. Before I respond to that, Trustee Ross, I just want to clarify the point that Trustee Brickler just brought up. And if that's the case, then we'll pull this and move past it. We won't take action tonight. So, yeah, no, we wouldn't have time to print. So, with that, it looks like the most recent version of this was not the one that was uploaded. So we aren't going to take action on that tonight. But Trustee Ross, what did I hope to get from this? I wanted to get to the truth about how the funds were misused, or if they were misused or not. Because again, as I stated, even though you interrupted me, I was trying to explain that we had limited information. You were not forthcoming about any of this information to the district. It's our responsibility with the public funds to see that they're properly utilized. So as I could see it, it appeared that you weren't being honest and that you were hiding something. That's what it appeared. So what more could be to gain to ask at that point? The best thing to do is ask for an independent investigation. And that's protecting everybody here. Because if it was all the evidence that they pulled in this investigation clearly was in your favor, I'd be looking much worse tonight. And I had no idea how that investigation was going to go.
Greg Holt, I apologize. I didn't get to this too sooner. I should have. I apologize. I would like to definitely move on and I'd like to move forward and I'd love to work out a meeting with you and me and Superintendent Uchi Garcia and see if we can resolve this in a healthy way. I really do.
Oh, go ahead.
This is Clerk Grigsby. I'd also like an update of the PCOE letter, either regarding if they agree, disagree, what their findings after this is, because especially if we're all sitting here talking about it and Placer County Office of Education still believes that it happened, then it's not us. It's Placer County Office of Education deciding. So I think we need to wait for, a request, an update from them.
So,
I understand your point, but I also think that we've spent so much time and so many resources to get to this point even. I hope that we can move on and that I'm wondering what other way this could have been handled, because again, this looks like a situation where one trustee is taking action. And I understand it's kind of a sensitive matter, but I would like for this to have perhaps come to closed session. I don't know if there's an appropriate agenda item on closed session, but a way for us to kind of have some input into it as a board before it is escalated to PCOE.
Understood. And that conversation was had actually, and with legal, but I was having that conversation with them about what should be done. Should that be something we discuss in closed session and bring to the whole board? But ultimately, it was based on what evidence we did have. It looked concerning enough that it warranted, just making the report. So, with that, also, Clerk Grigsby, the report was conducted. These were their findings. So PCOE, they had the opportunity to speak with Trustee Ross. I'm sure they considered everything they got from Trustee Ross when they wrote that report. So with that though, I'm not going to take action on this tonight because the version that I had most recently read is not what was uploaded. So it wasn't available to the public.
Thank you.
All right, so no action taken on item 11. Excuse me. Moving to item 11B, acceptance. Actually, let's take a 10-minute recess. It is 10:04. Let's return at 10:14. Please. All right. Thank you, everybody, for getting back to your seats, quieting down here. So moving to item 11B, and it looks like we do not have any public comment on it. Also, I want to note Clerk Crixby, she had to leave us. She hasn't been feeling well, so she went back home the rest of the evening. So Trustee Brickler has stepped up to clerk for us for the rest of the evening. So item 11B, the acceptance of the 22-23 financial audit report.
Thank you so much. I'd like to introduce from our audit firm, Christy White, Michael Ash, to present the report for us.
Got it? Am I on? Perfect. Well, good evening. Thank you very much for having me here tonight. My name is Michael Ash, a partner with Christy White, and I'm here to present the 22-23 financial audit report of the district. So every school district, county office of education, charter school has to get an independent audit each year. That audit is typically done by December 15th and then presented to the board January 31st. By January 31st, we did have a little bit of delay. This was our first year as the auditors of the district. Anytime it's a first year client, there's additional procedures that you have to do. There's also getting to know the district personnel, what works well as far as timing. So we are a little bit late, but nothing to be concerned about. I really want to thank Heather and her team. These audits, there's a ton of documents, a ton of information that has to be provided to us. And unfortunately, it's not getting easier. I feel like it gets harder and harder each year, more stuff. So I want to thank them for all their support. So what I'm going to go is I'm going to give you a quick presentation on the report, and then I will answer any questions that you might have. So I always tell boards, if you're going to read one page of the audit report, this is the one. It's page 76. It's a summary of auditors' results. These reports can get a little cumbersome. So this is a great summary of exactly what we do as auditors. So the first section is on the financial statements. So the financial statements are all of the balances as of June 30th, 2023, and then all the activity for that year ended. Now, this is all of the information that Heather presents to you in the governmental funds. So your general fund, cafeteria fund, all your other funds that you have, as well as a long-term focus. So this report also includes your capital assets and long-term liabilities. So you see type of auditor's report issued. So we gave an unmodified opinion. That means in our independent auditor's opinion, these financial statements are fairly stated in all material respects. Because you're a school district, you get audited under what's called Yellow Book. And so with Yellow Book, we look at internal controls over financial reporting. We're not giving an opinion on those internal controls over financial reporting, but we do utilize them, gain an understanding of them, and that drives how we test our audit. And if there is anything that we deem to be a material weakness or a significant deficiency, it does have to get reported to what's called an audit finding. So we did have one audit finding related to the financial statements, and it was similar to the prior year. The prior year, it was more of a material weakness. This year is a significant deficiency. And that's just on internal controls over financial reporting. So there were several audit adjustments that we proposed to get the financial statements to be materially correct. Some of those were carried over from the prior year, and the district had some trouble booking what the prior auditors asked them to book. So that was kind of what a lot of it was, some confusion there. So some of it was new programs, and some of the guidance that the CDE put out, like for the AMM, the Arts and Materials, Instructional Materials Grant, Learning Recovery Grant, didn't come out until like right when the books were closed. So we had a lot of school districts that had those same adjustments required. So so that was the first finding there. And I know the district has been working hard on their internal controls over financial reporting. And we're here as a resource, and hopefully we won't have this finding repeat next year. The next section is on federal awards. So any agency that spends over $750,000 during the year in federal monies has to get what's called a single audit. And with that single audit, this is from the Office of Management and Budget. There's a certain way that we have to pick which programs that we test, and then there are certain compliance requirements within those programs. So this year we looked at the Education Stabilization Fund. That's all the gear and ESSER money that the district has gotten since COVID, as well as the Child Nutrition Cluster. We did give an unmodified opinion. We did have one finding, federal finding, with those Education Stabilization Fund, ESSER funds. There are certain ones where indirect costs are not allowed to be charged, and the district did charge some indirect costs. The good thing is the district still has time to spend those funds and has plenty of other allowable costs that they can put in there and replace. So it's not going to be any financial impact to the district going forward. You'll see that low risk auditee know that the reason for that is because there was a material weakness last year in last year's audit report. Anytime there's a material weakness for the next 2 years, you can't be what's called a low risk auditee. All that means is that we have to test 40% of the federal programs instead of 20%. So that's all that means. And then finally, the last section is on state awards. So there's a state audit guide that comes out each year. Really anything, any new funding source is going to be in there. Anything with your attendance, your instructional time, your school accountability report cards, your CalPAS reporting. It's like a 50-page audit guide. It's very extensive. And so anything that applies to the district, we have to look at. So we gave an unmodified opinion. We thought overall the district was compliant. We did have 4 what I would consider mostly minor state compliance items. The first one is immunizations. They have that in the audit guide. We have to look to make sure that students kindergarten and 7th grade are getting certain ones. There was one student that didn't have their immunization, so we had to put that as a finding. The second one was on classroom teacher salaries. So depending on the type of district you are, you have to spend a certain percentage of your expenditures have to go to teacher salaries. Now this finding before COVID, I think I had like 2 really small school districts that had this finding every year. Since COVID, we're up to probably 25 to 30% statewide of districts are getting this finding. And that's just because there's so much one-time money that's being used for things other than salaries since COVID. So we recommend that the district get a waiver from the County Office of Education and do the best that they can to meet that threshold. So that's a common finding that we're seeing throughout. The next one was school accountability report card. The FIT form. So as part of the SARCs that are approved, there's a FIT form that gets on a facilities inspection tool that gets prepared. And what's in there should match what's in the SARC. And I think there was just a little confusion in one area for one school. The current conditions were presented instead of what was actually in the FIT. And then finally, ACES. So the Boys and Girls Club runs the ACES program. We just had a hard time getting the sign-in sheets and seeing like per student to make sure that that was getting reported correctly. And that is one of the compliance requirements that has to be done. So we just recommend that in the future that information be more readily available. It's easier to audit, making sure that the students served are the ones that are getting reported up to the CDE. So that's it. Those were the 6 findings. I do think it was an improvement over the last year's report from the prior auditor. I do think it's trending in the right direction, and hopefully we'll have less findings next year. And that's all that I had, but I did want to answer any questions that you might have.
Hi, Trustee Ross. Do any of the findings that you found come with fines or anything like that? Can you break them down?
Yeah. Probably the only one would be that immunizations one, because there's an ADA impact. You technically can't count the ADA for the student until they have their immunizations. So I think it was like a $9,000 we had calculated impact. So.
Sorry, do you say 90?
9.
Okay.
Sorry. Yeah, 9. Great question.
This is Trustee Brickler, and my question was regarding some of the findings that you brought up, and how can we check in and ensure that we're on the right track for the current year?
Sure. So we, as part of our audit, we do an interim audit and a year-end audit. So we'll look at the books in May. looking at some of the state compliance areas, start our federal compliance, do a lot of our internal control testing, and then come back again in the fall once the books are closed. But as part of that audit, we have to automatically follow up on all the prior year findings. So if there are any issues that would have, some issues won't be known until after the books are closed, but if there are any that are part of that interim thing, we can look at them and see if the district's on the right track. Potentially, the district could remedy that before it rises to the level of an audit finding, but at least we'd know about it early. So yes.
Thank you. I think we'd all like to avoid repeating small errors that cost us money. So thank you.
Absolutely, you're welcome.
Are there any additional questions on this? Okay, with that, I move that we accept item 12B, the 2022-2023 financial audit report.
I'll second that.
All right, and all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And those
Thank you so
opposed?
much.
All right, seeing none, the motion carries.
You're very welcome. Have a great night. Nice to meet you all.
Have a good evening. Okay, moving to item 11C, approval of building purchase and use facilities agreement with ARD. And do we have any public comment on that one? Okay, seeing none. It's yours then.
Thank you so much. We have had a request very similar to this in previous board meetings. Currently, we have a few portables that are located on various sites that are not owned by the district, although they are seated on district property. One of the caveats that the Extended Learning Opportunity Program gave us, especially with the increased money that we've had, ongoing monies may be a little bit reduced, but we have quite a bit of money from carryover in years prior, is the allowance to purchase classrooms or purchase areas in which to hold the extended learning programs or the after-school programs, before-school programs. In discussing this with the Auburn Recreation District, we had previously, as you know, last year purchased a portable from them in order to allow that to be used by another program on the Auburn Elementary School site. They still retain a portable on that site. They as well have two portables on the Skyridge site. The discussion kind of came up with Auburn Recreation District of would it be feasible, since it is on owned land. It makes it a little bit more difficult should anything change, like with school closures, things that they had seen and we had kind of run up against. Would it make more sense for the district to own the buildings that are on the property and then have programs run by ARD from them? So we did come to the conclusion that probably be the best for both parties at this time, since the district does have those restricted funds that can be utilized for that. So what you have before you is a very similar purchase agreement to the one that was brought forth last year. And in addition, a new use of facilities agreement, which is drafted the same as the use of facilities agreement that we have for essentially when it's in their own building. And now it's just an agreement to use our facilities. The key points I think to bring up with, and of course it is at no cost, just like we have run the programs for all of our extended learning programs. It's essentially a contribution towards that program. In addition, it does give ARD first right of refusal for programs within those buildings as well.
This is Trustee Brickler. I certainly understand the importance of, it makes sense to own the buildings that are on our property. I think the only question that I had was, that typically when I've seen ELOP funds be used, it's for like a programmatic purpose, and it seems more directly related to serving students. And this is a little bit, it feels like one step removed because it's about purchasing a facility. So I guess I was just wondering if this is our best use of ELOP funds. Is it that this is a funding source that's time limited and we need to kind of utilize the funds before they're gone? Is there a strategy there?
Yes, thank you. So like I said, we have a lot of carryover funds from the initiation of the program as we got a lot of things going, worked on establishing intercession programs. So we have carryover that if not utilized by a certain time frame that we would have to send back to the state of California. So we'd really like to try and maximize that as much as possible for the benefit of the district. And it just so happened that this also benefits ARD.
Thank you.
Are there any additional questions on that one? Okay, seeing none, I move that we approve item 11C, the building purchase and use of facilities agreement with ARD.
I'll second.
All right, and all those in favor?
Aye.
And those opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries. All right, moving to item 12A. I know we've got some public comment on that. So again, same thing, we'll have 7 and then any remaining we'll go to the end of the evening.
Okay.
May I ask, what is the format? This was an item that was put on, there was a request to put the item on the agenda. So is the speaker for the item, the individual that put the item on the agenda?
No, so I'll be the speaker for this one, and I'll read the petition as I saw it.
Okay.
And then, but we've got public comment beforehand as well.
Jennifer Russell.
My name is Jennifer Russell. I'm a former student, parent, and teacher of AUSD. Although I am no longer a part of the community, I care deeply about it and its students and staff, and I'm part of the Auburn community. I strongly believe that the transition to all TK through 8 schools is not what is best for the district. But for now, I just ask that you postpone this transition. A group of teachers and parents, both current and former, wrote a petition asking you that you present a thorough and comprehensive plan before moving forward, especially with a new superintendent coming on board. We have nearly 1,500 signatures from former and current parents, students, and teachers, as well as community members and other stakeholders. We are asking you to put the TK transition back on the agenda so you can vote to either stop or at least postpone this monumental change so that a comprehensive plan can be established. The petition reads as follows. As community members, former and current parents and teachers of the Auburn Union School District, we are deeply concerned about the proposed transition to all TK through 8 schools by next school year. The plan as it stands lacks clarity and detail. We are requesting that the Auburn Union School Board present a comprehensive plan that addresses how this transition will be implemented, as well as evidence that this transition will save the district money and be of superior educational benefit to our students. Firstly, we need assurance that our students won't lose current educational opportunities, including honors classes, special education services, sports, band, electives, clubs, and leadership. The loss of these opportunities can affect students' transition to and experience in high school. Our children's education is paramount and should not be compromised in any circumstances. What is the plan to make educational opportunities equal at all 3 sites? Secondly, we require transparency on the cost savings associated with this move. What are the specific savings? Is transitioning to TK8 schools truly the only way these savings can be achieved? How was this decision made? Where is the data to support this change? Thirdly, there needs to be a detailed report of how much retrofitting the campuses to be age appropriate and ADA compliant will cost, as well as how long this will take. This is crucial information to have before moving forward. In addition, it is required by law that the board update the facilities master's plan. This plan is imperative in changing any facility structures and is mandatory in the decision-making process. There has not been a facility master plan update since 2017. Fourthly, we want an explanation on how this change will keep and attract students in our district. Merely having schools that are TK through 8 is not enough. How are teachers and staff being supported during this transition? Lastly, with current credentials and contract rules in mind, can each school site be staffed with existing staff? For the most part, single subject teachers can only teach that subject, and multiple subject teachers cannot teach just one subject, nor can they be moved more than 2 grade levels. These questions need answering before any changes are implemented. We demand transparency from the school board on these matters because they directly impact us, parents, teachers, and community members, and most importantly, students of Auburn Union School District. It's time for clear answers. It's time for responsible decision-making based on detailed planning rather than hasty changes that could negatively impact our children's future education. I have the 1,500 names if you would like them. Thank you.
Tara Covercross.
Tara, oh, there you go.
Hi, my name is Tara Kavrikas, and my son is a seventh grader at EV Kane. He has gone to AUSD since kindergarten. I want to bring it to the attention of the board who may not know this, but because of the lack of plan, I have been told by the school district that my inter-district transfer may not be approved until August and up to 14 days after school starts. With approximately 100 inter-district transfers, that's about 1.4 million that you're leaving on the table, being able to be gobbled up by other districts, because as parents, we cannot wait until August for those decisions. My son has gone to school in your district. We have chosen your district. We deserve the right to know sooner. Any other district in this area who is K-8, which is what you guys are saying everybody wants and we should then be modeling after, lets families know by early spring. So if we want to be competitive with them, we need to have the same policies, because if another district were to tell me that they accept me, I'm likely to make those plans and not choose you anymore. How can you say that you place each child at the heart of your decision when you are making these type of decisions? Or maybe you don't know that the district is making these decisions. Living through putting that kind of stress on my child through the summer of him not knowing where he's going to finish out 8th grade, which is a crucial year going into high school, is inexcusable. I'm asking that the board district look at their policy to be more aligned with the other districts in this area. How can we compete for families when we are being informed, when they're being informed in the spring? According to your own board policy 5117, the superintendent or designee may deny initial request for interdistrict transfers attendant permit due to limited district resources, overcrowding, school facilities, and other relevant grade levels. However, once a child is admitted, the district shall not deny continued attendance for overcrowding facilities or relevant grade level. So this would mean that I shouldn't have to go through this process every year. I should already be in. Please make these decisions sooner. Let this ease our mind. This is why we needed a plan before you decided just to go K-8.
Rachel Rattle Harris.
Thank you. Thank you, Board of Trustees. As the mayor of Auburn and a mother of 3 students at Auburn Union School District, I am here to express my concern for the future of the district and our children. Please note that I am speaking on behalf of myself and the community members that have asked for my assistance, and I do not necessarily represent the views of the city or the city council by being here. I have received numerous concerns from parents, teachers, community leaders in Auburn about the lack of planning, transparency, and public input that has surrounded the recent decision to move to all schools to K-8. Even parents that strongly support the idea of the K-8 model have been expressing their concerns that parents are being asked to select schools without information on what classes are offered, competitive sports being available, student music programs offered, school start times, and other details that should come with transparent communication about a change that is this big. To add to the list of all the valid reasons for concerns that parents have expressed, the interim superintendent has submitted her resignation, and the district will be making all of these significant changes with a new leader that has not had time to gain the trust of the community. Maintaining a healthy and trusted school district is critical to the success of the city of Auburn and to the well-being of our entire community. I understand the challenging financial situation that the district is trying to correct by making these decisions. However, I am concerned about the long-term damage that this will be doing by moving forward without bringing the parents, teachers, and the communities in on this decision with this magnitude. I believe that there is a way for the district to work together with the community and all the board members to resolve the district's financial situation that allows everyone to feel heard and included in developing a mutually agreeable solution. I also believe that a collaborative solution will allow you to improve your financial health, of the district while building a strong community where parents feel comfortable sending their children. The trust with the community is broken, but I believe and hope that the trust can be repaired with the school district and the people it serves. Therefore, I strongly encourage you to postpone the K-8 transition to the 25-26 school year. Delay the process another year would provide critical planning that would really help parents feel comfortable sending their kids to the district. It will allow the new superintendent the time needed to form relationships and trust with the students, parents, and staff so that it can be a smooth and successful transition. Getting an experienced superintendent in place to help create the plan before it is implemented would greatly improve this process. Having a smooth transition is so important to the success of the district, and it would be devastating to the entire community if a hasty transition kept this process from serving the best interests of our families and our community. Thank you very much.
And is there discussion from the board?
I think absolutely. I guess just one comment that I want to make is that we don't often have petitions that are generated in our community. There was one around the closure of Rock Creek School, and I can't remember what the final numbers were, but there's something really powerful about seeing nearly 1,500. I didn't realize the number had gotten that big. I wasn't tracking it that closely, but about 1,500 folks in our community have spoken up to say, please consider having a more thoughtful plan or a plan that we can all review and see. I know there's planning underway, but it's not at the point where it's been communicated broadly to our community. And so this is really meaningful for me to hear this many people speak up. So I guess one thing that would be helpful for me to understand is that, like, kind of what is our hypothesis about why TK8 is the best, it needs to happen in the fall. My understanding was that we had about 50 E.V. Kane students that didn't return last year, and that really impacted our budget, but that our TK5 enrollment remained relatively stable. And so that's one piece of information I've heard that would prompt us to consider a TK8 model. But I was wondering, what our hypothesis is. Like, how do we think, could somebody please help me understand why we think this is the path forward? Because as Ms. Kavrikas said, I am very nervous about the potential other revenue losses that could be, that could accompany a change this big. She cited potentially 1.4 million in if we're not handling our inter-district transfers and not including those families that have already enrolled with us in the past.
Trustee Ross, I know we're looking at the next 10 years. We're trying to think ahead, right? It'll impact us now, but in 10 years, this is going to be really good for our district. And I really respect that. I understand that. I just want to reiterate, nobody is saying at this point not to do the TK through 8. We're just asking to slow down a little bit. And that will benefit our future in 10 years because we'll have the ability to catch our breath. As we heard, get a trusted superintendent to come in here with a plan, work together with that superintendent to develop a plan. I think it would benefit us greatly to just slow down a little bit.
So one of the things that concerns me, and then you brought it up to Clerk Brickler, is the inter-district transfers. I don't quite understand why that can be honored a little bit sooner and not take so long. So that I just don't have my mind wrapped around that, because I think that's something that we do owe it to the students. And that's something, if there's a way we can, potentially, what was it, $1.4 million potentially, if there's a way we can honor those sooner and potentially retain those students. So that was one of the questions that I wrote down.
Absolutely. I was actually hoping to make that a new request tonight, is that we review what our current policies are for inter and intra-district transfers, and what our current board policy says, and kind of what we hope to accomplish for those students. Because I agree that we will lose students if they are not notified until, I know there's some language in the board policy that talks about timing of when the requests come in, and there's some language about up to 14 days after the beginning of school, and that we can't displace students who are wanting to attend the school in their attendance boundary. But I'm asking that we take a look at those policies and make sure that they are working optimally and that they are serving our students and furthering our goal of solvency, of retaining and accommodating all of the students who want to be here, and trying to make sure that they have a place. So I agree.
I agree as well. I'm very nervous that we're going to lose too many students moving too quickly, and that will make a double impact on our finances. I've spoken to about 20 families so far who are looking for alternatives, including myself. And I just think it would be really wise to kind of get our footing before we start moving forward and lose things we can't get back.
Superintendent Lucia Garcia, in normal years, or let me rephrase it, are the inter-district transfers being looked at any differently this year than previous years?
So this was actually a question that was asked of me on a phone call with a parent who was inquiring about our policy. And so when you look at the board policy, you will see that we are actually adhering to that board policy, and that we do have until, I think it's 14 days after the start of school. However, what I also am making clear to parents that are asking me is that it's not our intent to wait that long. So in a typical year, I don't know, because I am your interim superintendent now, and I'm telling you that now we look at board policy when we send out communications and that type of thing. And in fact, the office staff and I sat down and we pulled the board policy to make sure that the communications that go out are adhering to the current board policy. We had to update some language, I'll be honest. But again, as the board chooses to change policies, then we pivot and we adjust, because we work under the governance of the board.
I'd like to add that I agree with Superintendent Lucia Garcia that there is language that says, so again, we're talking at the moment about inter-district, so students wanting to come from another district into our district. There is some language that says that you will notify the parent of its final of your final decision as soon as possible, but no later than 14 calendar days after the commencement of instruction. But I think that's more like if you were, my understanding is that's if you were a new student hoping to transfer in. There later on, there is language here that says that once a student is admitted, the district shall not deny continued attendance because of overcrowded facilities at the relevant grade level. So I just don't see why we would put up any barriers to students who want to be here.
I will do as the board wishes to change policy. We absolutely can look at that. I do want to call out though, something, just to remind everybody that, the board made it very clear to me in the board meeting before we crafted the language and made sure we were following board policy and sent the letters out, that we wanted our students in our boundaries to be able to have school of choice. And if you also look at the board policy, you'll see that we have to serve our students in the community first, right? And that's why they're inter-district transfers. So to the comment of other districts don't wait so long. Actually, we had a number of inter-district transfers returned to us and denied at the start of this school year, which I had personally never heard of. That was new to me. But what was happening is other districts are impacted and they are denying some of our students who were trying to get inter-district transfers and leave. And that was after the school year had started. And so what that did was that increased our numbers, right? But families were denied at those districts.
I was trying to quantify how big this shift is in terms of the number of students being displaced, asked to change schools, whatever language you choose to use. And I was looking back at the demographic study data for C2, and the way there could be another way to look at this, but the way I was looking at it was that we were asking 177 Auburn students to change campuses, asking 124 Skyridge students to change, to leave their campus. We were asking 96 E.B. Kane students to return to Skyridge and 150 E.B. Kane students to return to Auburn, with a total of 547 students being asked to move and change. And I was thinking about that in terms of what a big impact it was when Rock Creek and Auburn, or sorry, and Alta Vista were closed. And that still probably represented, I don't know, maybe like 350 students or something that were being displaced at that time. And that, just to put it into context, what a big change this is and how many additional students are having to move. And again, my fear is when we're asking people to make a change that we risk them leaving the district, because it's a lot to ask.
Trustee Ross, I'm curious to know what the risk would be of waiting one more year as opposed to the risk of making this happen next year. And that maybe, have we looked at our intent forms yet? We haven't gotten that information back, right?
Now, what data do we have currently that would inform us about what families are saying so far?
Yeah. When will we get those intent forms back, or when will we be able to discuss those intent forms that we put out?
That's a question for me, I'm assuming. Yes. Okay. So the intent forms are coming in and we are keeping track of them. We have a system set up with the office staff at the school sites. So when the board would like to have some information, I'm happy to bring that information to the board.
So, this is President Holt, about some of the, what do we stand to lose? Obviously another year of what we expect to capture in savings, to be spent. And also then with a new superintendent, we would be asking then the new superintendent to come in to the conversation that we've had. Really, it's been going on since 2022 about this on the table of turning all the sites into a TK8. So I think it was 2022, March of 2022, that the board adopted the budget plan. I know neither of you supported that, but that's when it was adopted and discussed. And there are quite a few people in the community that are saying that they don't want to lose E.B. Kane just as a middle school. I've heard from people this evening in this room who have said exactly that. So if we were to push this on to an incoming superintendent, we'd be asking that person to start the relationship with our district by potentially trying to champion an unpopular and divisive move. So, it's clear that there are a lot of people who do support it, and there are a lot of local people who do not. So that would be an interesting position we'd be asking a new superintendent to try to pick up. So there are certainly some pros and cons, but yeah, lots of things to discuss.
And I also think that it might be hard for a superintendent to come in and implement another superintendent's plan. I don't know how that process works. Obviously, we've never been in that process, so I'm just curious what that would look like from a superintendent's point of view.
Well, as I understand it, and this is President Holt again, that superintendent then would be coming into a district that has 3 TKA sites, right?
Mm.
Where the different site administrators and teachers, they're working on starting to establish that new culture of a TK8. Because it will be different, and each site will be different. Each site has never been equal, right? They've never been the exact same across the board. Alta Vista was always different from Skyridge, was different from Auburn, was different from Rock Creek. That's how it's always been. And it's, the unique characteristics of the people at those schools that end up developing that culture. So, and that includes what programs or what clubs and some of the other opportunities. So it'll be kind of up to how those roll. So a new superintendent coming in, it's not that they're explicitly bound to some tight rules and chains laid forth by the interim superintendent now, but they'd be coming into a district that's ready to move forward, and they'd be in a position to then lead the district from that, with the hard decisions being made, hard changes being made. But giving them the opportunity to start kind of on that good footing rather than coming into a year of fighting about it. You know, because we had this on our agenda, was it November that we approved this? And we discussed it, at least putting it on the agenda in October, and even in September or August, it was suggested that this will be something that will be coming up. So that's a full school year of discussing and trying to get into motion and move forward.
This is, Trustee Wedge. So reading the petition and a lot of, you know, what the community has to say is, I think, you know, the biggest thing is that there's no plan. There's no plan. And I know, you know, for several months, several board members, that has been discussed. And, you know, that's my world. So I understand that, you know, in order to implement a plan, you have to have a decision first and going forward. But without getting too deep into that, is there something we can do to satisfy the community of what has already been worked on? And as far as you know, because I know one of the other things that's talked about is it's going to cost too much money. You know, maybe put some together and explain to the community of the different buckets and the different ways these monies are being funded for this, to kind of you know, communicate with them a little bit better. Because right now, what I'm hearing, what I'm seeing is that there's not a plan. And, you know, I believe there is a plan and I'm seeing the plan, but how can we better relay this plan to the community where they'll be able to understand, as some of us up here understand?
I think it was you, Trustee Ross, asked about maybe seeing an update on our agendas. You know, so in the months going forward, kind of just an update where we're at, a snapshot, at least at the level of conversation that we can share. Because I know some of those conversations are confidential with the site planning, and I think there are some things too that are in the teachers' contracts that can't be, you know, we can't say who's going to be exactly what classroom and who's going to be in that classroom far in advance. We couldn't do that in a normal year either. So, but maybe if we could do like an update in board meetings as we go.
Sure. So would you want that in information discussion item at the end of, after all the action at the end of each board meeting? And you just want a well-rounded, all the different buckets type of update? Is that what I'm hearing? Slide deck
just
conversation? Is it a slide deck?
Yeah, I think so. Let us know, you know, kind of where we're at. Anything significant? Was there a decision made on the playground? You know,
Sure.
Has there been that? And then maybe as we get, you know, maybe 2 months out, we could have, I don't know, let's see, maybe the principals could talk about kind of where they're at, at least what they're able to share.
Instead of waiting for the board meetings, that's something that can be sent out because, you know, they have, was it every Friday? You know, they have a newsletter that goes out. Is that something that can be kind of sent out district wide more, you know, so we're not waiting for a month, because a lot can happen in a month, can change. And, you know, week by week, you know, if the community is actually seeing movement, we're going in that direction, you know, week by week, you know, I think that'll really help out.
I think part of the challenge is that people are making decisions now, that, you know, they're hearing back from schools now. And so I do want to hear the updates, and I would love them to be an ongoing agenda item. I'm hearing you say that you've seen a plan, or you hear about a plan, but I don't think any of that is apparent to, I haven't seen anything that resembles a plan. And it's a timing issue, really. Like, people need a lot of advance, you know, notice to start wrapping their mind around what will be offered, what it'll look like, especially when you're taking a middle school campus and making it into a TK8. So I think we're overdue in offering more detail so that people can feel well informed and comfortable in making a decision.
So this is President Holt again. Some of that I think we wouldn't be able to provide in a normal year. Like, say Skyridge, right? Usually have drama, but we can't necessarily guarantee that that'll be an offering until we get closer into the school year, right? So I know some people want to know what clubs will be available, what after school programs will be available. And I don't think we have a clear answer. And I don't think we could provide a clear answer at this time. I think we know what we typically see at Auburn. We know what we typically see at Skyridge. We don't know exactly what will be at EV Kane. It'll probably be something like what we see at the other school sites, but we don't know the exact details. And I don't think we could know those right now. We don't know which teachers will be at the site. And I know people want to know that, but I I know we can't necessarily put all that together yet.
Well, I understand what you're saying. And also, people have just bigger questions, like, will there be a sports team for my child to play on? If I want my child to take integrated math, will there be an option for that? I know we've kind of spoken broadly. I think I've heard the superintendent say that for the most part, the things we offer now are going to be offered on the 3 sites. We're going to continue, but it feels like a leap of faith, to know that that's going to be the case when you're taking things that have been offered on 1 site and then you're trying to offer them across 3 sites. It's such a different level of resources required to pull that off. So I think that's the piece that's missing. We may not be able to say whether or not drama club is going to happen at
Right.
various sites, but like really the core academic
Right. And like the concern
subjects
about,
and extracurriculars and things.
it's come up tonight too, that there's honors and that sort of thing. Will there be that program there? As I understand it though, the honors program as it is at EB Kane is not board approved. So it's not a district approved honors curriculum. So there are some things that we've got to kind of sort out.
It's what we're known for, though. I mean, you may say that it's not board approved, but that's what EB Kane is. That's why people pull their kids from Newcastle sometimes and bring them to EB Kane is for the honors programs.
And until the last couple of months, I mean, most of what EB Kane's been known for hasn't been the honors program. And I know I'm not out of base for saying
I
that.
think there was
I mean,
actually, there was like
It depends what your source is.
218 students enrolled in our honors program at EB Kane. So I just wanted to point it out. It is a big deal. It is a really big deal. I think also schools' time when they start is a really big deal for a lot of parents, especially when you take Auburn Elementary that starts at 9 o'clock and you're going to move them to EB Kane that starts at 8 o'clock and they're living on the side where Auburn Elementary is at. That's a big deal to people. I also want to say that I think it's really important that through this process, we have teacher buy-in. And so that collaboration process, city buy-in, I would love to see a 2x2 with the city council members, where 2 of us and 2 of them meet together, where it's more of a collaborative effort, which are in our bylaws to collaborate. I would love to see a teacher buy-in with this because they're a really crucial part in what we're doing as well.
I thought for sure when we found out that we were losing our superintendent and that we had her on our team until the end of June, that would give pause for this because to me, this is a heavy lift. Like the day-to-day job is incredibly taxing. So then to add planning efforts on top of that, I just don't think that our administrators, I mean, I don't know all that well, but I mean, what I mean is between our superintendent and our principals, they are taxed with their day-to-day. And so I don't know how much capacity or time they have for planning. And I am nervous that we'll be in a position where we have an outgoing superintendent and a lot of work that has to happen over the summer. And I don't know when we'll have a new superintendent in place. And that it's just a really delicate balance, right? Like even losing, like, let's say one of our principals decided to move on to something else. We're in a really precarious position if we don't have the leadership in place to implement this major shift.
So this is President Holt again. Yes, it's a significant burden, in time and resources. But it's also what the district recommended, right? It's also what the interim superintendent recommended for action back in November when it was adopted. So I also am going to put my trust in the ability of our administrators to say what they are capable and willing to take on. And in their experience, their judgment, what is going to be the best call. So I think we've given a couple of new requests to the superintendent to go forward. But it's.
I have one more thing I want to say if I could, please.
I will let you say it. I will let you say it. But it is just after 11 o'clock. I want to try to get this through some of the rest of the agenda here. I do want to try to honor this public comment. I told APD that we'd be shutting down at midnight tonight. So we've got to get moving through some of these things too.
Okay. When I had asked to perhaps relocate Alta Vista to another site or to try to consider keeping the charter for some other purpose and not losing that opportunity, I was told that I was gambling with the district's money or that I was, I was gambling. And I'm just wondering what data are we going to to utilize to know whether or not the TK8 gamble pays off. I was hoping we would have some initial data from intent forms, some transfer requests, but I have a sense that we'll really know how this is going come August and we see what our enrollment numbers look like. So I want to, give the benefit of the doubt that folks think this is the right course of action, but I'm going to be looking and tracking our data to see what impact these decisions have. And I asked earlier kind of what your hypothesis is or why you have trust that this is the right thing to do at this time in this manner, because there's a lot of other options. We could do a very gradual implementation. We could give it 1 year to allow time for our new administrative team to form. It doesn't have to be this way. There are other, so I think I have to assume positive intent that you're working to improve our district's position, but I'm wondering why you think this gamble will pay off.
So this again has been the recommendation now for a couple of years, and the interim superintendent recommended that we move forward with this. It is going to be a cost savings measure. And on top of that, TK8 programs are K8 according to all sorts of data, including ed.gov, show that students tend to perform better still going through 6, 7, 8 on their reading and math, ELA and math in a K8 model. It's not TK8 compared to the middle school model. So there are a number of reasons for it. We've hashed out some of this before. We discussed it in November. This isn't the place to re-argue the same arguments that we've had in the past.
I do think some things have changed, though. I mean, I think we're hearing from our a lot of community members that they want us to reconsider or at least slow, like allow an extra year. We've had a significant leadership change that's coming up. I mean, I do think that there are circumstances that have changed since the recommendation was made to us in the fall. So
I hear you.
Okay.
I just want to end and reiterate with, if we lose too many students, we don't save money. And so I think that is something that we have to consider.
And Trustee Ross, just like we talked about last time that this came up, we are looking at losing students if we don't, right? So we lost 10% of EVK's enrollment going into this year, and not making decisions also could cause us to lose students. 140 students from our catchment area go to Loomis Bayes and Charter, right? And there are more going to others in the area. So that's something we run the risk of either way. So if we could.
Since playgrounds came up, can I just ask really quickly, are we still moving forward with the plan that puts a playground in between 2 classroom wings at EV Kane? I've been really concerned about that because I think it would be incredibly disruptive to the students that are in those wings, because they're all glass windows, and I haven't gotten an update on where we are with the playground planning.
Could we put that to
Sure.
then an email, and we'll get an email response, put that in.
Yeah.
Thank you. So it's 11:08. I'd like to move along. Trustee Ross, 12B, you want to discuss implementation of magnet schools?
Yes, and I'll make this as quick as possible. In the case that we are moving forward with everything, I want to make sure that we're putting everything we can into our new schools. I've been researching magnet schools. When I was at CLSBA, I had the opportunity to speak to a couple people that were involved in magnet schools. The U.S. Department of Education defines a magnet school as public elementary school, public secondary school, public elementary education center, or public secondary educational centers that offers a special curriculum capable of attracting substantial numbers of students of different racial backgrounds. That came from ed.gov. And I just want to look at different options, different opportunities. I want to look at how we're going to bring students in rather than have them leave. So looking at things like, we have teachers trained in Project Lead the Way. We have teachers trained for VAPA. We have an incredible science curriculum going on at EV Kane, another art. So even doing STEM or STEAM would be really incredible. We can look at things like trade schools and vocational schools. And I think one thing that keeps getting brought up is that we have this idea to make everything equal, which I'm not sure is possible. However, we can equally distribute resources, access, and opportunities, right? So we can make sure that everybody has those equal opportunities and access and resources and kind of put them into different measures. So again, I would love to look at attracting students instead of talking about losing them all the time, which I know I do speak on that. I'd like to see how we can bring them in. Rockland Academy has a magnet school on language arts, and their wait list is 900 students. When I called them, we have other charter magnet schools around in the area, and they all are packed to capacity. So looking at something like this would be an attractive way to bring students in.
And Trustee Ross, this is President Holt, but Trustee Ross, to your point too, even if each site isn't going to be equal in exactly what they offer, I think having what we've tried to do, which is to honor those intra-district transfer requests, can also help that factor to some extent. But to let families choose, as long as they're able to move students to those schools, the school that they feel it best aligns with them. I think this is a great conversation to be having. Kind of related, and I'd like to introduce this as a new request, with the land that is near Auburn Elementary. We've got the 26-acre parcel there. I would like to ask the district look into a relationship with Placer High School and their ag department. I think the FFA there is interested in land that they can use for a school farm. And I think we could probably work that out with them where maybe the high school is using that property to develop a school farm, but let's work some language into where our students can benefit from that. That can involve a much larger garden, agricultural programs. So, be particularly Auburnell that would be benefiting from that. Yeah. But it's, I think, 200 yards from the closest building to that. So if it's good with everybody, I'd like to make that as a new request that we ask the district to have that conversation. I've already talked to Haley Fonseca, the ag advisor over there. Something that she's very excited about trying to pursue. But I think that's something that could be.
I think that would be great. And I would also add to that, looking into Skyridge, a lot of their teachers, well, even Auburn Elementary, but a lot of the Skyridge teachers are trained in Project Lead the Way. So looking at that as a possibility for Skyridge would be a great option. And again, I mentioned the science here at E.B. Kane. So this was once a STEAM charter school, but trying to institute that again might be a nice look. And I know we're not here to decide the plans for each school, but rather just recommend ideas.
Great ideas.
And to your point, Mr. Holt, President Holt, there's something called micro schools. So I think that is what you're talking about when you have two schools working on the same potential campus, but are totally separate entities and are allowed to work together. So it's called a micro school. I learned that too.
Very well. I'm learning something. I think this might be a little different just because it'd be
Okay.
more or less the land they'd be using like as a school farm and be mostly their ag and whatever else that they're able to work into it. So maybe it's still a micro school. I don't know. It's not like two schools using the same the whole time, but
Right.
that's not for me to figure out how it would work. But,
No worries.
So essentially supporting the schools and developing an identity or a specialization or something. I mean, it would take some time, right? Like especially if
It would take
we're not asking
time.
them to do this by August for
It would
clarity.
take grants,
Right.
looking into grant measures and things that can also assist.
And yeah, we certainly couldn't push these from the top down. We can't impose a culture or direction for the school. So it might just be something too that we have to, strongly suggest or ask the school start looking at that. And that might be something you have to develop over the next year. What are their strong suits at those sites?
Yeah.
And go from there.
For sure. Thank you for the conversation.
All right. Anything else on that? Okay, moving to 12C, the LCAP mid-year update.
Okay, so I just want to highlight some areas for you. Well, first of all, I'll start by explaining to you that this mid-year update is actually, it's a new requirement. And it's just meant to keep us all in the know of like where we are with our LCAP expenditures, right? And so this is something that all districts are doing now. This is new. Okay, so having said that, what you're looking at when you look at this LCAP update is the goals, the actions, and the metrics that we have put in place for the last 3 years. So keeping in mind that a new LCAP is to be written for this next year, and LCAP is typically a 3-year plan. That's where we are right now. Things change sometimes with how plans are requested and required. But as of right now, the LCAP is still a 3-year plan, and it's based on basically the districts, the need of how we serve students in our district. The district's strategic plan was reorganized by the board and will be brought to the next board meeting to get that the approval of the work that you did already in reorganizing. And so what we do is we take that strategic plan and we use data and we align the work we're doing in the district and the focus we have on education to what the board's direction is in terms of that strategic plan. So that's a lot of background information, but I feel like we can forget about that background information sometimes when we talk about things like this. So, all right, setting that aside. So you'll see the metrics, the goals, the actions. Today, I'm just going to focus you on the expenditures. So within goal 1, we're looking at MTSS. For action 1.1, we have already spent what we budgeted for MTSS and then a little bit more. So this is exciting because MTSS is really how we talk about the needs of our students, student by student, name by name, using multiple measures of data. That happens at the site level. There's been a lot of training that has gone into that, a lot of pre-planning. There's a lot of planning that goes on in a school system. We did probably a year and a half of pre-planning before we actually implemented MTSS. And then even then, training at the site before we began our roundtable discussions. And so we have been doing these now long enough that I'm hearing from principals that they definitely see a shift in instruction for their students at their site. So the good news is that we are definitely spending the money. And when we look at this, when we write the LCAP again, we're going to consider what was the money spent on? Was it something that needed to be done every so often or very often? And what is the outcome for our students? And then we will make sure that we're putting money toward that. If you look at Summer Academy, here's an example of something that is absolutely planned. Again, because there's a lot of planning that goes on in the district before you actually see implementation. So planning for Summer Academy starts really in December. And then Summer Academy for our
It's just
gonna,
for, okay.
So I'm gonna explain that to you. So that summer academy for the extended school year, which serves our students that are meeting their IEP goals, that is being planned, and we anticipate about $62,000. That's about how much we spend each year. We added in the cost of our expenses as we look at them now with inflation and that type of thing. But something to note that is not a contributing cost. So in other words, that $62,000 isn't paid for with supplemental concentration dollars. So the LCAP is a very, you have to remember to go back and look at if the expense is contributing, which means it's coming out of that restricted funding of supplemental concentration. In this particular category, it is not, because our supplemental concentration dollars are meant to serve our students who are low income, homeless, foster youth, and English learners. Our students with disabilities, they are supported by other pots of money. And so therefore the supplemental concentration restricted funding does not support our students with disabilities in that specific category. It supports all students to the extent of, if you think about MTSS, but when you separate out ESY Summer Academy, you're going to see that that is not being contributed to through supplemental concentration dollars. before, during, and after school intervention and enrichment, we would love to be at about $30,000 here. Principals sometimes have a hard time getting some of their programs up and running, especially at the very beginning of a school year. So now we have a lot of clubs and programs up and running at sites. I do anticipate that we will spend more than double of what we've already spent. So we'll get closer to that 60,000 mark. I don't want to take those funds away because I want to encourage more programs for students. And so when we're looking into our LCAP development, I'm hearing from students already in student voices that they want more of everything fun, right? What they consider fun, the arts and the sports and the activities, and they want math clubs and, that type of thing. So, but we haven't spent approximately half of that yet. Which is kind of what I would like to see.
May I ask a really specific question about that pot of funds, since we're on it? Is, I learned about, kind of like the science camps that students often attend in either fifth or sixth grade, and was looking into kind of what the options are, because I would love to see an opportunity for all students in our district at like perhaps the sixth grade level to attend. And I was learning more about Sly Park, which is, close by and really pretty economically priced. And I learned that because they utilize credentialed teachers, that those programs are eligible for either Title I or LCAP funds. And so I happened to look at our plan to see if there was any potential line item that might align with that. And this one is kind of so, I don't know if it's the right one, but it's so broad in terms of saying
It is
for,
broad, yeah.
during, enrichment. Yeah. So
For sure. And it's broad by intent, right? Because we know that our principals know what's best for their site. They work with their staff and their students and their families to determine what kind of extra programs students need. And based on data, of course, and research based, going back to standards, we have to make sure that our students are receiving education in the year that they are in. So if they're in sixth grade, then they have to be receiving sixth grade instruction. And so that Sly Park and programs like that do receive, are allowed to be typically allowable uses of restricted funding because of the fact that they teach the standards to the kids at the grade level that they're at. So thank you for bringing that up. I would love to see a district wide program like that. That's going to take some coordination though, because I know that some sites already do their own field trips and they're very tied to them because they've been going to them for years. So that's something that we absolutely can fund using supplemental concentration as long as all of those requirements that make it an allowable use of funds are there.
yeah, thank you.
Okay, and then with information technology, we're a little bit less, we've spent a little bit less than half of what we budgeted, but we also know that toward the end of the year is when more purchases are being made to replace lost or stolen, or not stolen, lost or broken items, or let's say if Chromebooks are outdated, that type of thing. So I'm not very concerned about not getting to that half point there. Language acquisition programs. We actually are, I'm very happy with the direction that we chose to go with this, and that was based on input from our DLAC committee and some of our other committees last year. We do have an EL TOSA who is just amazing and helping us to keep our program on track. So that's something that I anticipate, even though it looks like we have low expenditures there. Some of that is just based on not having staff to fill the positions that are being funded by this, but I definitely don't see a need to reduce that amount of money that we put toward our English language programs.
Would you please remind us, is it use it or lose it, or the funds can roll over?
So they can roll over, but we don't want to roll over too high of a percentage, right? So with title funds, we can only roll over so much percentage. I think that with supplemental concentration, it's a little bit more lenient, but we really want to budget and stick as close to our budget as we possibly can. Now, having said that, it is well understood by the state and the federal agencies and even the county that, staffing is something that could possibly be a barrier to spending budgeted funds. But, you know, if you look on Edgewing, you'll see us recruiting for some of the positions that we are still trying to fill. So they understand that as long as we are trying to fill those positions and we're recruiting, that, you know, sometimes we can't fill them. So, you know, when you put money toward the people that support the students, that's a great use of supplemental concentration funding as long as it's allowable. But again, then you run into this potential barrier of not being able to staff. Visual and performing arts, we're right there, right where I would expect us to be. And I love hearing from the kids how much they love VAPA, more VAPA. That's just fun. I love to hear that. So, and Mr. Matt Finn, I don't know if he's still here, but he put up an entire art show in our district office, which I know I talk about all the time, but I'm going to say it again because I saw him today and told him again, thank you. You know, it's just, he's teaching standards-based art to students and they want more. So, so VAPA has been successful. Okay. Guided reading materials. That was something that, of course, we, you know, had in before. That was all the COVID, era of making sure that kids had that face-to-face guided reading instruction. We know that it's a tool for educators. I really didn't anticipate the need to replace books, and especially because with the consolidation, books were delivered, you know, to all the sites and kind of spread out. So, but of course, we didn't want to put zero money in there just in case. So far, there's not been a need to replace books, again, for the reasons that I'm stating, which makes sense.
Curious, just a small question, Trustee Ross. Is this going to look, I know it looks different every year, but will this look dramatically different because the guided reading material, does that include library as well?
No, library is a separate thing, and we're going to come to that soon. This plan will look different because this 3-year plan will be expiring. However, the district's goals based on the strategic plan are very academic centered. So I don't see the buckets that, you know, that goals and actions is what I should call them. I don't see those really changing significantly, but I can say like in this area of guided reading where our sites have what they need, at this point, I don't see a need to have that as a goal and action for future years. And I'm not hearing from students or the parents that come to the meetings that they want more books, mainly because we have so many. Great. Okay, and then the class size ratio, we're about halfway through that. That's for us salary, and that is where we would anticipate to be this time of year. Now we're going to move into goal 2, positive learning environments. So the surveys that go out, such as the California Healthy Kids Survey, which families should have, 5th and 7th grade students should already have received the notification that that is coming up soon. That is
Ask about
goal 1. Oh, sorry.
Solace.
Yes.
I didn't know if you were, okay, so it's just since we were on the same page. It's really helpful the way that this document asks you to report the data because
Yeah.
it shows it in a very concise way 3 years in a row.
Yes.
And I was struck by how low the utilization of Care Solace is
Right.
this year compared to other years. And I was just wondering if there's something we could do to let families know. Like maybe that, you know, people in the past knew and we were promoting it. And I'm not sure how much we've
Right.
been promoting it this year, but
Well, so we do promote it, but I think what we're running into, and what Kelly and I, we just had a really big discussion about this, is that Care Solace doesn't always have the resources, the people available. Sometimes they make a phone call, then it takes a while to get the referral. And in that time, you know, we've helped them find something else. So Kelly is looking into, you know, what we can offer for the future. And again, you know, when the plan is written, you keep everything in it and then you just have to adjust. And, you know, even the desired outcomes, you know, were they reasonable? You know, you know what I mean? Like, even if you look at the academics, was it a reasonable goal that we set? Because, you know, we didn't come anywhere near achieving that. And so those are all things that we have to consider when we write plans like this. And so I do appreciate our partnership with PCOE because they help us with some of that language. Okay, so then just thinking about goal 2.1, library media center. So this goes back to your question about library, and I'm not sure what question you were going to ask, but I'm going to assume that it was about if we're going to have more access to library and materials. Is that right? Okay. So we actually have been having some conversations about this, and making sure that we do add the funds in here to support our schools, especially, because, we'll have more, we'll have a TK8 need at each site. So that is something we've actually discussed and we plan to put into the new LCAP plan. Then the vice principal, of course, we weren't able to hire Katie until into the year. So you'll see there that we're a little bit less than half point there. The middle school counselor, we're about halfway to spending. So if you consider being halfway through the year, that makes sense. Transportation. So last year we wanted to put aside enough money to pay for every student who qualified for supplemental concentration funding to receive a voucher to ride public transportation. So we calculated that out. That was part of the plan for how we were going to consolidate schools, and we added that in here. So I really didn't anticipate we would spend all of that money because I didn't anticipate every family would want to utilize public transportation, but I also didn't want to assume. I wanted to ensure that people had the opportunity if they needed it, and then we were going to look at where we were this year and then make some adjustments, right? And so you'll see that we have spent only 22,000 of that fund, but that's good data for us now to have to go forward when we plan.
On transportation, I wanted to comment about Go Kid, because I was somebody who asked about this and was interested in it and saw that Placer High School was using it. And I don't know, I can't remember what we're spending on that contract, but I'm finding it not to be that user friendly. I've tried to set up rides. It seems like you can only communicate with people you already know, which like I could just do with a text message. So anyway, at some point I want to take ownership for the fact that I thought that was a potential solution and it doesn't seem to be panning out.
Well, that's how it is in our in our business. We do, the best we think we can at the moment, and then, we pivot and we adjust and we're flexible. So, it's better to try and make sure that our families are supported, so that's what we did. Okay, then social emotional learning. So this is the toolbox curriculum. So we had budgeted $6,000 each year for toolbox, but what Kelly is finding is that there's not a lot of replacement costs right now. And so you'll see that there, at this point, we haven't spent half of what we budgeted, but now we know that we're probably at the point where we've done this for 3 years and we have the curriculum that we need. Kelly is evaluating that. So we know how to move forward with this type of an expense, or if we're going to through the LCAP. School psychologists are there, about halfway point. That feels
I hate to interrupt in the middle here. Can you hear me? Picking up? Are you picking it up at all? Yeah, I've got the superintendent's on because mine was giving all kinds of weird noise. I'm just conscious of the time. It is 11:33. I know we've got folks who are waiting to speak. And I was going to, unless we have to get through the rest of this evening and 12D, I was going to recommend that we plan to adjourn this meeting with the intent to pick it back up once we hit midnight. And that's the conversation I had with APD when they're asking what time we'd be wrapping up this evening. But I would like to try to give an opportunity to give some of our speakers that I think have waited. If the board's in support, I'll try to get everybody there.
Yes.
So if at this point, then we're gonna kind of put a pin in your presentation. Thank you, Superintendent.
Plan doesn't require a board action. It's just that you have access to it. So it could also be that you have access to it, and then you can send me questions as well.
Great, thank you. So we are going to end up adjourning this meeting at midnight with the intent to resume this, say the hour before our next regular board meeting. And with that, we're going to move past 12C and 12D. Briefly, let's touch on board direction requests. If there is anything that we haven't provided to the superintendent yet.
This is Trustee Ross. I just have one request. Actually, I have two. I don't know if you got the request with a 2x2 for the city council, or possibly even a 2x2x2, Placer County City Council in Auburn, just to kind of meet up and collaborate, get some input. My second request is when we went to CSBA, there was a legal service available and they're a monthly rate. And because we're paying so much for legal, I'm wondering if this is something we could invest in so that certain questions we would be able to ask and it wouldn't come out of the hourly fee that we do pay our legal. So it could potentially help us save some money on legal fees, getting input and access to that. You pay per your district and it's a percentage. So we would have to have that. I brought this from CSBA just in case you wanted to take a look at it, and I can pass it down, but just maybe to kind of look in that, see what it would take, what we would get out of it, and maybe help us offset some lawyer fees.
So to clarify your request, are you asking the superintendent to kind of take a look at that and provide a brief to us? Maybe that could be done by email or, hey, this is what it would look like. Is this something we want to put on an agenda?
Yeah, that would be
Okay.
great. Just something so we can see if it's even worth our time, right? If it would really help us fluctuate that money that we're spending.
Okay. Okay. I've got a request from Clerk Grigsby. She would like to have a conversation about the potential for intramural sports, like intra-district, where the three different sites can play each other, things like soccer, other sports, maybe even potential other intra-district opportunities for things such as math competitions, spelling bees, and dances. But I think she wants to have that conversation about what we could be doing next year.
Sure, and just so the board knows, that's a conversation we've already started. And actually, as I was going to get down through that LCAP, we want to assign some money to that as well. But I can put that in an update.
Since we're on a new request related to sports, I have one which is to have a district representative attend the Sierra Foothill League. I guess you have to make a formal request to the league director or coordinator, and then attend a meeting, which would likely be in May, and to kind of pitch our district as a potential participant. I think that they have space for 1, 2, possibly 3 teams. So this is the league that includes like Bowman and Colfax and Forest Hill and other schools in the area. So I don't want us to miss the opportunity to be considered. But we need somebody to be a representative. Were you asking if there was
I'm watching nodding head. Okay.
Okay.
sports? I jumped in because it was sports related, but
Yeah,
did
no,
you
no, of
wanna
course.
go?
No, that was it. I think we provided other requests through the evening. And I would say, don't give us an update right now. Let's reserve that time for what few speakers will be able to
I
get.
have two others that I brought up earlier: intra-district transfer policy and inter-district transfer policy, and just making sure that we are following our policies or, modifying them if need be in order to really accommodate our families and try to retain our families. I was happening upon all sorts of interesting language about, like, for example, giving preference to students whose parents work at a particular school. So I just want to make sure that that those policies are helping to retain our students and help our bottom line. And then also I had made a request about science camp for all 6th graders district-wide, and to do it in a way where we could utilize LCAP and Title I funds to minimize I think families would still do some fundraising and things, but to see if that's a priority for LCAP or Title I. And we asked for initial data from families based on transfer requests and intent to return forms. Thank you. And I'll email you about playgrounds in between wings.
Any additional new requests at this time? Okay, so with that, if we could please open to public comment. Who here put in to provide public comment. Is still waiting. All right, so perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm gonna go back to the then general public comment that we left off with since I was first. So I have John Aiken. John? Okay. Reverend Alex De Silva Soto?
Okay, how about now? Well, greetings of peace. I'm the Reverend Alex De Silva Soto. My pronouns are they, them, and theirs. And contrary to popular misconceptions, pastors and clergy, folk in general, are called to serve the whole community, not just the members of their congregations. And I believe the same ought to be true for all elected officials. Unfortunately, some elected officials seem to be only committed to the interests of their political parties and or the interests of their so-called religious organizations. With that in mind, and considering that this is Ash Wednesday for another 20 minutes, the first day of Lent, so got 40 days ahead, I would like to invite President Holt and Vice President Wedge to consider resigning so our school district can finally do all the vital educational work that needs to be done. Instead of wasting time and money on fear-mongering, authoritarian, and intolerant partisan agendas. It is unconscionable that your actions since you took office continue to drag teachers, administrators, children, parents, and members of the community at large to meetings with agenda items inspired by hatred, discrimination, and political persecution. Students, teachers, school administrators, and members of the community at large could have been home celebrating love this Valentine's evening, but instead we're all with troubled hearts and terribly worried about the future of our school district. Please take this Lenten season to consider the harm caused by your actions on our school district and the community at large. Therefore, I prayerfully urge you to step down so our school district and community can have a chance to heal and move forward. And I always rely on African-American women, so I'm going to do it again. And this is a quote from Loretta Ross, an African-American academic. When people think the same idea and move in the same direction, that's a cult. When people think many different ideas and move in one direction, that's a movement. So that's a little hint about those that might be caught in cult mentality. So silencing children, as it happened this evening, and holding the community hostage in a cold gym until you're done with your exercises of abuse of power is yet another evidence
That's your
of your
time. Thank you.
disregard and
Thank you.
carelessness
Thank you.
for
That's
our
time.
community.
Thank you.
Resign and
That's
let
your
us have
time.
peace.
Thank you.
Mark Cook.
Hello. My name is Mark Cook, and I'm here tonight because many trustees on the board ran their campaigns claiming to be the voice of parents, and yet you haven't asked for my voice. You haven't sought my input. I've sat home watching online multiple occasions as you've made important decision after important decision without asking for the input of families. Parents have come up here and spoken to you, but you have not listened. Jason Wedge, you could hardly stay awake during the meeting where we decided boundaries for our school district. You could not have been less prepared or interested in that choice. And when it finally came around to you, you had to be asked for your opinion. You did not speak once until you were asked. And even then, You cheated on the test. It was your chance to speak up and show that you're an active part of this community. But you didn't. You cheated on the test, looked over your neighbor's shoulder and said, which one are we voting for? C2. Oh, yeah, that's the one I was voting for. Yeah, that's the one. Rubber stamp. That's shameful. Almost as shameful as the disgusting things that you've said about teachers. You have no better resource positively impacting the lives of the youth of this community generation after generation than the kind, compassionate, dedicated, and selfless individuals who choose this career. Shame on you. And now, this petty, tacky, small, pathetic, desperate attack on the most involved trustee on this entire board, the one that I see on my students' campus, smiling and interacting with all of the kids every time I pick up my daughter from her after-school programs. You may work for a politician, but you don't have to act like one. This is our community. Auburn, actually, even for a politician, that's a low bar that you've gone for. Gutter politics. Auburn deserves better. AUSD deserves better. Our kids deserve better. You need to resign.
Kira Iondi.
Kira had to leave, but she left my notes. Am I allowed to read them? Okay. The decision to move AUSD to TK8 is rushed, poorly timed, and possibly unnecessary. I am concerned that making this dramatic change on short notice will unnecessarily challenge teachers and administrators at our schools, be detrimental to confidence of parents, and most importantly, hinder the education of our children. And then she goes into really specific examples and ends all ones that we've heard, all ones that the petition says, all ones that hopefully you're considering, because the real ask is to slow down. And I feel like if the board doesn't slow down, it shows that the board is absolutely not listening to the community and is not interested in what the community or the students need. That would be the only option. So she ends by saying, AUSD is a wonderful community of teachers and parents and students that she is proud to be a part of. She does not believe that we have yet seen the full effect of the end of COVID restrictions and recent school closures on our enrollment, budget, and educational outcomes. Now it is time to stop and realize the gains from all the recent changes that have already been made. We need to find a superintendent who is as invested in AUSD as all of us are. With patience, we will inspire confidence and trust in our parents and improve education outcomes for our children. Thanks.
Megan Anderson.
Megan is an ER doctor. She also had to leave. It's going to be similar. I mean, it's similar to the 1,500 people that have said what pretty much everybody is saying. The only people that are not saying that are people that aren't really from our community. We're not seeing anyone at any of these meetings that's saying anything differently. So Megan says, my children completed TK 5th grade at Skyridge. My older son completed 6th through 8th grade at EV Kane, and my younger son is currently in 6th grade at EV Kane. My kids have had great educational opportunities at these schools. It is unclear why the Auburn School Board has decided to transition to a K-8 school system. It is unclear why the school board continues to not listen to what the schools are asking, teachers, administration, students, parents, families, retirees. There is no clear plan tonight. That was very evident. Very reasonable questions were asked. There were no answers provided. There's no financial benefit. Students are leaving, parents are leaving, families are leaving. They are not going to come back. unless you slow down the plan. Please consider continuing and slowing down and presenting an actual plan before you move forward. Otherwise, it makes no sense. Thank you.
Brian Riom.
President Holt, members of the board, interim Lucia Garcia, CBO Heather Leslie. I just want to take a moment to recognize an amazing teacher, Mr. Rolly Delphin. He's been an inspiration to our son. Our son is constantly reaching new milestones. Mr. Delphin's talent, dedication, and hard work has greatly improved my son's ability to learn and be happier in general. Mr. Delphin has put together amazing support staff, manages our son's needs well. Mr. Delphin, if you're at home listening to this, Mary and I would like to thank you from the bottom of our heart for the genuine care you give our son. Thank you.
That concludes the general public comment. So we'll be picking up public comment for item 11A. Come on up. Oh, I had it under 11A, so, but that's okay. Come on up right now. Oh, okay, got it. Come on.
Well, guys, I'm tired and cold, but hey, at least we're not packed in the district office. Thank you guys for listening to the voice of the people and taking action in this matter. Oh yeah, I need my whole time, please. I would like to take a minute to remind the board of item 2.10 in the board governance handbook that was adopted by all trustees. We good? In June of 2023. Item 2.10 states that during the portion of the meeting reserved for board member reports, board members shall only provide information. They may request items to be placed on future agendas, but due to the Brown Act, they shall not make statements affecting pupils, employees, or services provided by the district. It is important that this time in the agenda be used to not be used to engage in discussion on items not on the agenda for partisan political statements. Trustee Wedge, your statement about the CTA was out of line. It was a statement that directly affects teachers and therefore students and was indeed politically charged. You are in direct violation of the board governance handbook. I don't think that it actually matters if you stand with the CTA or not. What I think matters is that you and the rest of the board recognize and respect our teachers for who they are, the educated professionals who love our students, giving all that they have to their educational, social, and emotional needs, and are doing their best with what you've given them. Mr. Wedge, are you an educational professional? If I need an electrician, I'll call a trained electrician. If I want to ensure that my students are receiving the best education from trained professionals who put their heart and souls into their profession, I'll call in the teachers and remain confident that they are doing what is best. When I moved to Auburn, not that long ago, I was told that it was the perfect geographical location. Above the fog and below the snow is what they all said. I love this town and I'm so happy that we landed in this incredible community. But I feel like the fog has settled in and we can't seem to find our way out. The board president is promoting cancel culture, a phenomenon that has ruined so many lives, mostly because of fear. Fear that one's own partisan ideology will be threatened. It's actually kind of gross. Our kids are watching and this is bad form. Today's meeting was a mess and I'm not sure that anything was actually accomplished except for spending more money on some buildings. The fog is so thick that we've spent countless hours discussing items that don't actually have anything to do with our children's education. I see people here from both sides of the conversation working to prove their point. For what? I urge all of us to get out of the fog. Look around. We have kids doing awesome things at awesome schools, from drama club to Valentine's Day cards to delivering Valentine's Day cards to the elderly, from makerspace to basketball games. Kids are showing up and showing off, and it's the actual best. And that's what I thought education was about when I got into it over 20 years ago. That's what we should be celebrating and leaning into and looking for ways to do it better. Any board member using this kind of rhetoric is unfit for office and should step down. Also, friends, show up and vote at all elections, even the off-year ones. Thank you.
Okay, now we'll move into the remaining public comments for 11A. So I have David Lore Demolia.
Motion to have coffee at these meetings? That would be great. Just kidding. Sorry, a little levity. Look, I drove from Sacramento to say this because I wanted to give some objective insight into board member Jamie Ross Pirelli, who didn't know I was coming today. I've worked alongside her many times over the years in this very city and elsewhere, and I have seen her connect with disenfranchised youth who have reminded me of my younger self, who was a terrible student, just being honest, until a teacher reached out to me and gave me a chance. And that was in my junior year of high school. Board member Jamie Ross Pirelli is changing kids' lives with her work and has been doing so on her own dime for as long as I've known her. She is changing their future and the futures of everyone they will ever interact with. And that kind of good is far too rare in our world and far too rarely celebrated. Her treatment here by President Holt has been abhorrent. When mistakes happen, you look to the actual harm caused to judge the appropriate response. For board member Pirelli, there was no harm. The request for repayment was done, the training is being done, money's returned. But there was harm that hasn't been recognized or apologized for, however. The school-wide communications emails sent that disparaged board member Pirelli while using official government communications. It is not only inappropriate, especially in publishing her address, it is unprofessional and unbecoming of the leadership of this board. To speak of board ethics, as board members, you have what is called the duty of loyalty and the duty of prudence, two terms that respectively mean you are legally demanded upon to put the interests of the organization before your own and to be aware and exercise caution in decision making. Yet the careless actions by President Holt in his retaliatory use of the government communication system has opened this whole school system up to defamation lawsuits, putting the school system in danger. Now, look at her face. She's not going to do that. I know her better. She's not a greedy person. That's the person I've come to know. That face was surprised because it hadn't even crossed her head. That's not in my notes. That's just judging off of how she reacted. Look, you have this amazing public servant who is excited to be here, who wants to work for the youth. And you've seen her. She's tried to work with you. I hope the same can be said for you. I hope the same can be said for everybody here on this board. Everybody here has good intentions. I believe in the good heart of everybody here. You know, that includes you. That includes you, right? Change can come. All it takes is the courage to listen and process and grow. And that is a courageous act because you truly have to face yourself. And that's all I've got to say. Thank you.
We have time for one last
Okay, one
comment. Yeah,
one
we have-
more and you
we
want to,
have just enough time for one last one.
Pat Pistone?
Good evening, board. Good evening, everyone, teachers, awesome, everybody here, officers. Yes, my name's Pat Pistone. I've been a substitute in our district, a retired teacher. I've been a substitute for many years here. I've worked personally with many of the teachers that were here tonight and love them all. I've loved being a part of this district and the children. The children are really the most important thing to me. Teachers are, of course, they have to be for the children and they're important too, but it's the children. It's like during COVID, you know, my heart went out to children. I live right across from Auburn Elementary in the big house. In fact, when I'd sub, the kids say, "Oh, you live in the haunted house?" I'm like, "Oh, it's haunted? Wow." Yeah, we used to have so much fun with it. But so I hear them at recess and, you know, the kids are just amazing. They're just so sweet. And I just hope as a community, we can come together and, you know, it's Valentine's Day and so many hearts here tonight, you know, and we don't really show the love, what really love stands for. You know, love stands for forgiving. We make mistakes, right? We don't intentionally do them. We make mistakes. We say things and it hurts people, our words. So we all need to do that, even as teachers. I mean, sometimes you get, just stressed out at students, and sometimes you go, oh God, I mean, it happens where it's real life, but can we turn it around? Can we be a community that, like I said, admits and says, okay, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that. I was off, just like you apologized several times tonight. Thank you. That was, that's what we got to do if we want to move forward and with the kids and make it the best. I do believe that taking some time would be really wise, because if we could get the programs that would draw the children and make the families feel very comfortable about the programs, even if they know that the sports are going to happen for the kids, it's important. If they know that drama is going to happen, I love drama. I was a part of just doing so much drama at schools, and that fifth and sixth grade, we made up themes, and we had the most fantastic, this was down in the Monterey area when I was teaching down there. And it was so fantastic how the community came together and there wasn't this bickering back and forth. So if we can't come together like that, we're not going to move forward in this district, and who's it going to affect? It's going to affect all of us, the teachers, and but mostly the children. So that's why I came to say this tonight. Please, let's all try to come together. Let's try to start fresh over. Say you're sorry. Get together, board, when you're together, and just apologize to one another for what you've done to each other. And every one of you've done something. Just like we all do, we make mistakes. And let's make it right, and let's move forward and do. I'll be on the corner doing popsicles again. I don't care. And whatever's going to help the children during COVID, they come by and they're like, hi, Miss, and give them, make them smile, when they were going through such crap. So that's why I wanted to speak. So thank you so much, everybody. And thanks for staying. I hope you have a good night's sleep.
Thank you. And with that, it is 12:01. We will adjourn to continue an hour before our next regularly scheduled board meeting. We didn't finish 12C and we didn't get to 12D. And there may still be comment left over. So we will adjourn to continue at the next board meeting.